Good afternoon. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that apply to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consents to sever property in order to create new lots. I will now proceed to the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. My name is Bruce Mullock. The panel members this afternoon are Don Granitstein, Yim Chan, and Zahir Bayat. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid, in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, while others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who wish to participate virtually and who have registered in advance will be connecting via their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone. They have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask you also mute your devices until you are called upon to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist status when their item is being heard. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time, however. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on a particular application must fill out a decision request card. Those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because Committee of Adjustment and Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications by email only. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances, to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and specified persons and public bodies, as defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the committee. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision. Procedure. I will call each item in the order that it is listed on the agenda. When an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if requested by the panel. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. And I will comment to you as you are approaching the 5-minute mark. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address, and remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee if requested. Please note the committee may not entertain revisions to the proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised. To ensure the revised application is accurate and that those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support of or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has the opportunity to rebut, but only to those issues that were raised by the speakers. And that will mark the end of discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Are there any declarations of interest by panel or staff on this afternoon's time slot? Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have you received any requests for deferral or closure?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no applications for closure. Do have one request at this time for deferral, item number 26. File number A0522/23TEY. Municipal address is 490 Glen Lake Avenue. And so the owners of the property, as well as those that are registered to speak in opposition, are all here in person. So perhaps maybe we could deal with this item.
We can begin with that item, sure, sure. Okay then. In that case, let us begin. We can go to the agenda, and I'll ask that the person speaking for that group come up, please, and we'll get going. Good afternoon. State your name, please.
Hi, it's Eugene Lundrigan. I'm one of the owners of 490 Glen Lake.
Okay. And I understand you would like to defer your application. Could I ask you to explain to the panel, please, why?
Yeah, over the course of last night and early this morning, we've had a number of comments that have come in. So we really haven't had a chance to review those comments yet, understand what the concerns of the people raising those comments are. We'd like to look at those thoroughly before we make any comments here today. So we look for a deferral to a slightly later point.
Okay. Just one moment, please. Moderator, I see there are registered speakers. Have they joined us already?
They are in the room behind me.
They are in the room too. Those wishing to speak. Okay. Now I get it. Thank you. Okay. In that case, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you to vacate that chair, and we'll call the first registered speaker to come up, please. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. I really just have one question for you. That's this. As you've just heard from the applicant, he would like to see the application deferred. Typically, what that would mean would be in order to consult with neighbors and those concerned about the application. So my question to you is, would you be at ease with deferring the application? Presumably, the deferral could also, the deferral in fact should involve some revision to the application to make it less onerous. But would you be at ease with having it deferred, or would you rather hear it now as it stands?
No, our position is that the application should proceed today, and I have reasons I can elaborate on as to why that should occur.
Go ahead.
Does the panel wish to hear those reasons?
Well, do they get into the nitty-gritty of the application itself?
No, just to the merits of the deferral application, the request for a deferral. In other words, I think the reason was that they wanted an opportunity to consult. This construction has been ongoing for 15 months. There's never been a consultation with us, the southerly neighbors. There's never been a word spoken to us about this construction. Contractors were in our yard without notice. Fences were taken down without notice to us. To this day, no opportunities, no efforts were made to consult with us. So I think it's somewhat disingenuous for the applicant to come here today and ask for a deferral to consult when 15 months of consultation was available and never taken advantage of.
I understand. Okay, you said it. Okay, I do thank you for your comment. And the next registered speaker standing by, I invite you to come on up also. I would like to hear from all of you that have registered in advance your comments on this thought.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name's Bianca Pedro. I'm an additional homeowner at 484 Glen Lake, and the spouse of Jane Pedro, who just spoke to you. I'm also of the position that this application should be heard today. The homeowners at 490 Glen Lake have had, in addition to the 15 months since construction started on their property, they've had 8 months since the order to comply was issued against them. It was issued in December of 2022. And to come here today and say they now need more time to look at the issues, to us, again, seems disingenuous, and that the application should be heard.
Thank you very much.
Can I
Thank you.
ask a question?
Go ahead.
Yes. Has the construction stopped now?
The construction is complete as far as we are
definitely
aware.
continued, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe that the investigation by the city was ongoing, and they chose to complete construction despite the investigations being underway.
Oh, okay. Okay. Can I ask further questions? Just so I know what the situation is. In one of the notes that, oh, sorry, yes, okay. There's a note on the site plan says that they are going to demolish part of the first floor deck, which is encroaching to the neighbor on the south.
Right.
Did that happen? Did they actually, there was a old deck there before?
There was an old deck which they expanded with this new construction. The new construction is the construction that now actually encroaches onto our property. Both the deck and the pergola, what they term a pergola, we are not of the opinion that it is actually a pergola, but the entire structure actually encroaches on our property and our neighboring property at 480 Glen Lake. And Ms. Zarosa is here
Oh.
representing 480 Glen Lake.
And
And nothing has
Okay.
been done to date to
I want to,
rectify
yeah,
it.
thank you. I just want to understand the timeline, whether this all have
Yeah.
taken place. Okay, thanks.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so, yeah, and we're trying to stay just on this deferral question, so that the timeline does matter, though. So, then the next registered speaker standing by, please, come on up. So my question for you is just the same question as I put to your neighbors there, and that is this: applicant has requested a deferral, but it's up to the committee to decide.
No,
So we want to hear from those that have taken the trouble to come down. Would you be at ease with the deferral, or would you rather hear it now?
Definitely not. No, the way it is now, winter's coming, their pergola and like the back of the garage is literally against the roof thing. So all the snow that's gonna be coming off the pergola, it's gonna be going on top of our garages, because it's a neutral drive, so there's 2 garages. And it's so close that should I have to replace the eavesdrop on the garage, you can't even get in there unless you attach it at both ends, because you can't even take a tool or any kind of a nail hammer to be able to hammer it. You can't even put your hand between the eavesdrop and their deck or whatever you call it. And, you know, and winter's coming, it's gonna be raining, so everything's gonna be on top of the garage there. And, you know, the eavesdrop on the garage cannot hold all the rain.
Okay.
Sorry, can you just
Just for those,
list your first name and last name and address?
It's Annene Zarosa, 480 Glen Lake Avenue.
thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. You want to see it heard now. The committee will make that call, and I'll ask, we'll ask the applicant to come back and have a seat. What I do want to say to everyone here involved in this application is this. With respect to development or construction that's already taken place, the committee does not possess punitive powers. We do, however, get applications from time to time that involve construction that has already taken place without a permit. So how do we approach those? Well, the way that we approach them is with exactly the same approach as we approach all applications. We are charged with viewing the application as if it wasn't built and of applying the 4 tests of the Planning Act. So asking ourselves, would we, looking at this application as it stands as an application on paper, digitally, would we approve it or reject it? So that's how we will be approaching the application. We, just so you know, how we would approach it, whether it's heard now or at a future date. Okay, so applicant, do you have anything to say? You've heard from your neighbors. They're saying go ahead and hear it now. I'll give you a small chance to, a short
Sure.
chance to respond.
So maybe 2 things. First, I guess in terms of the ask for the deferral, we've had a number of comments that went into our file only late last night and first thing this morning. And so normally, as we understand it, those comments would have all been in by the 1st of August, or I think about a week or so ago. And so we just only got to see them late last night or the first thing this morning. We have not had a chance to review them. So the desire for a deferral, it's got nothing to do with our applications. Like, we don't know what's in there. We're trying to work
Okay,
everything.
you've made that clear.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. What is your intention then for a deferral? Are you going to consult with your neighbors? Are you going to change the application? Are you going to?
I think we have to, we were surprised to see the number of comments in there, so I think absolutely we're trying to understand whether it makes sense for us to change the application as a result of that.
Okay, thank you. Now the decision becomes that of the panel. So I'll ask you to take your seat back again. Okay, so panel members, there you've heard from the applicant and from registered speakers in opposition. Registered speakers in opposition would like to hear the application heard today. The applicant would like to see it deferred. It's up to us to make that decision. So let's take the application into committee now for some discussion. We can discuss what our way forward should be. Any thoughts on how we should go ahead?
I can start.
Go ahead.
I have a feeling that this thing is a simple structure. I'm not too sure when they go back to say make revision, how much revision they can do except by maybe complying with the variance they're looking for. So I think that I'm ready to hear this today.
Hear it today.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts? Yeah. Do you care to make a motion in that respect?
Chair, if I may just,
Go ahead.
I did have a point of clarification for myself. I was looking at the site plan, trying to figure out where this pergola is. And perhaps the applicant can just correct me, is it the area that's identified as new trellis on the site plan? Sorry.
Just so everyone on WebEx and YouTube can hear.
Sure. Yes, we have an existing side deck that we use extensively. And during COVID, as we're using that area extensively, we decided that it would make sense to effectively shade it in, like I said, over the existing deck. What we did end up doing, and honestly, frankly, it's our fault, we didn't research it properly, but the trellis extended past our existing deck, and we actually extended the existing deck around it because we thought aesthetically that would make sense, but it was an existing structure. That structure was built 30 centimeters from our property line, I guess within building code regulations. We misunderstood where our property line was. I mean, from my perspective, that's the crux of the matter here. We misunderstood where the property line is because if you look at our area and the properties that are there, and we've got an updated survey, what you recognize is, things don't always respect exactly where the property line is. We have two of our neighbors' fences actually that are on our property line.
Okay, I think we're getting too deeply into the application here. We're still dealing with this
Yeah.
matter of whether to defer or hear it today, so I don't want to go too far into hearing it today.
That's great, thank you. Thank you for your response.
If you wouldn't mind
Step away. Okay.
taking. Okay, so let's panel, let's then deal with whether we're going to hear it today or to defer it. Anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Granite-Steen.
Yeah, I don't, first I want to make a comment. It seems to me that the applicant acknowledges that they made a mistake with respect to the property line. It sounds like, and somehow or other he's taken by surprise by the comment. And it seems that if we defer it, we may never see this again because the variance is very minor. The variance is, I think it's 0.3. 0.3.
0.3.
Yeah, the canopy is located 0 meters from the side south line, and it can be no closer to a side lot line than 0.3 meters. So it's very minor. I think now that they've recognized the problem, it can probably be fixed. And they may comply and they may not come back again. So I think rather than, and there's a lot of animosity apparently with the neighbors, I think they should get a chance, number one, to fix the problem, and number two, to make up with their neighbors. So I would like to make a motion to defer.
Motion to defer, is there a second to that motion? It is seconded by Mr. Byatt. So it is moved and seconded to defer the application. All those in favor, please, show of hands. All those opposed, and let the record show that Ms. Chan is in dissent.
I don't think you could have, well, okay, voted. Yeah, you're okay.
So the motion does carry, and the application thereby is deferred. And we'll proceed to the first application on our afternoon agenda. And that application is item number 21, 61 Highland Avenue. Okay, so let's have the applicant for 61 Highland join us, please.
Good afternoon, members of the committee.
Good afternoon to you. Could you state your name, please?
My name's Joe Hoffman. I'm counsel at Goodman's LLP, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Noah and Jennifer Weisberg.
Thank you very much.
Members of the committee, the application is to permit alterations to a single detached.
Just a moment, Mr. Hoffman, if you don't mind.
Of course.
Okay, so panel members, we don't have anyone registered to speak in opposition on this application. So panel, are there any questions for the applicant, or does anyone want a presentation? Go right to questions. Okay, Mr. Wyatt first, Ms. Chan second.
Yep.
I'm not sure if the applicant is aware, but presumably you are, TRCA's recommendation that this be referred because they cannot support this application. What's your take on that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we are very aware of the TRCA report. the TRCA process has been long. It started in January of this year, about 8 months earlier. I have good news to report on that. Since the report was issued, our client has reached out to TRCA staff, who advised this morning in writing that TRCA are comfortable with us seeking approval at the committee today. The reason for that is because we will require a permit from TRCA with respect to any work done within the TRCA protected zone. And so there are appropriate safeguards in place to make sure that TRCA is satisfied before the project can proceed. So TRCA there still needs to be some work done with TRCA, but they're happy for us to proceed, and that's consistent with the rest of the reports on record. Planning has no objection. Heritage has no concerns. Heritage has asked for a condition to be imposed, which we have no objection to. Forestry is fine with the proposal, subject to 2 standard conditions, again, which we have no objection to. And our client has also worked with NFRP, which has no objection to the proposal. So there's been extensive efforts with all city departments as well as TRCA, and we're very much in a position, I believe, today to proceed with the application and have it approved.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Chen, you had a question?
Yeah, it is exactly my question, but is that you still require TRCA permit or application, right?
So the application's been submitted. No matter the process, what will be required will be a TRCA permit, because part of the property is adjacent to a ravine, which is located in a TRCA protected zone. So any construction in that area will require a TRCA permit. And so TRCA will be a component part of the process before construction can commence, and we'll have to satisfy TRCA in that regard, irrespective of the application being approved today.
Thank you. Yeah, that's my question.
Sorry, if I may just add to the question that you just answered partly. So if this is approved with the condition that it's subject to TRCA granting a permit, that would be okay, I think.
Absolutely, that would be belts and suspenders, because we have to do that in any event, so that would be a condition we would have no objection to.
Terrific, thank you.
Okay. Not hearing any further questions, so I think we can take the application into committee, if anyone is ready with the motion.
Oh, sorry, I have another note here. Can you clarify? There's advisory comment from the Ravine Natural Feature Protection, mentioning about location of a brick wall. Is that being resolved, that issue?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so that issue is being resolved as well. Another good news story. So NFRP has no objection to the proposal. There's no objection in their staff report. They've confirmed that in writing this morning again. They've provided an advisory comment stating that the southern portion of the west retaining wall cannot extend past the existing footprint. But this wall is not tied to any of the variances being sought. It won't impact the C of A decision. And again, it will be handled through the permit process through NFRP. So NFRP on record has no objection to the proposal and will deal with that in course. Mm-hmm. It's not tied to any of the variances being sought today.
Yes. And also the heritage, also you need to have a heritage review too? Is that required?
Yeah, so we've had, again, through you, Mr. Chair, we've had extensive discussions with Heritage. We have support from Heritage staff. We also have had extensive discussions with the North Rosedale Residents Association, who now no longer have any objection to the proposal. That discussion with the North Rosedale Residents Association has primarily been tied to Heritage. We've agreed to introduce chimneys, re-articulate the new windows to mirror the existing windows, and do a few Heritage component treatments to the facade. All of this is, again, going to be subject to a Heritage permit that will be required before any work can be done. Under the Ontario Heritage Act, under Section 42, we require a permit to proceed. So all of these changes to the facade that have no effect on the variances are safeguarded, and we'll have to work with Heritage staff to implement them. But I can tell you with absolute certainty, Heritage staff is fine with the proposal, no objection to it proceeding, and same with the North Rosedale Residents Association. And a lot of effort has gone into those discussions to date.
Thank you. Yeah, that's good.
Mr. Mike, go ahead.
Sorry, just one more question. That's with regard to the, I think it's the second floor terrace. I was just wondering, I don't know if, given the location of this particular property, if there's any overlook issues or concerns from the terrace?
There's not, again, through you, Mr. Chair, there's not. So the second story terrace is permitted as of right. We're just enlarging the terrace, however, slightly, but it's permitted to be there, subject to we're basically keeping the west lot line, and we're not moving the building any further west. So the existing wall of the building is not getting shifted any further closer to the property line. We're very much keeping with the existing footprint. Planning have no objection, and we have been in consultation with the neighbor immediately to the west of the property, and they've voiced no objection either. So again, extensive efforts have gone into this application, not only with city staff, but with the most immediate neighbors. And you'll see on record, there is a chart which shows all of the letters of support, those properties in support of the application. Again, no one here an objection to the proposal, I think, as a result of those discussions.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. If there are no further questions, then I wonder if anyone is ready with a motion with respect to this. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yeah, I can take this one. Actually, I think this is a very nice proposal, and then I think that the filling up that side, the additions on one side, I think that is sort of complete the form of the building, and they have a big lot, and I do not think that this will actually affect any of the neighbors. So, and the variances altogether quite moderate. So I will move for approval, subject to those they have to comply with anyway, right? The heritage permit, the TRCA permit, those we do not need to put them in as conditions. They will have to comply. Yeah. So no conditions then.
Oh,
Just forestry.
Oh, forestry, yeah, sorry, there's a forestry condition 1 and 2, yeah, sorry.
And there's also a condition re-wall forestry. I don't know what that is. And maybe it's covered by 1 and 2, I'm not sure.
I don't know either, so forestry, that's for sure 1 and 2.
Okay, 1 and 2.
I'll second that.
Needs a revised.
Okay. So the motion is moved and seconded by Mr. Granitstein. Are you sure? Yeah. We're good, okay. Okay, so moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please, show of hands. And that vote is unanimous to carry the motion, and the application is approved. Thank you. Okay. We move to 22, and on this application, panel has before it material submitted time of application, 6 photographs of the property, 2 photographs of comparables. There is email correspondence from Community Planning, City Planning, 24 July. There is support, 4 form letters, 469, 481, 488, and 494 Jones. In interest or concern, 479 Jones, and in opposition from 60 Earl Grey and 58 Earl Grey Road. So we shall ask the agent to join us, please, by stating your name.
Hi, good afternoon, committee. My name is Alexander Sashimoyevich. My address is 773 Lansdowne. I'm the agent for the proposal on 477 Jones, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant Ilona Stepfan.
Good afternoon to you. You have 5 minutes to present your application and proposal to the panel. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm here today to respectfully request that the panel accept the variances before you today for 477 Jones Avenue. We believe our proposal for a combined 3-dwelling duplex and laneway suite is in line with the city's initiative to facilitate more low-rise housing in residential neighborhoods to meet the needs of our growing city. This is especially in the case for a main arterial road like Jones Avenue with regular bus routes, Jones subway station, walking distance to the future Ontario line, and many other amenities. By considering applications like this, we encourage homeowners to help expand opportunities for the missing middle and address the housing deficit. This proposal seeks relief from the provisions of the existing bylaw for the permitted height of all side exterior main walls from 8.5 meters to 10.6, and the maximum permitted floor space index from 0.6 to 1.01. The reason we are asking for these requests to be granted is in order to make this project economically feasible, to meet market demand for rental units, and to create beautiful, desirable living spaces. Purchased more than 17 years ago as our first Toronto home, the owner knows that this is nearly a 100-year-old house in dire need of work. We are requesting a floor space index in line with the permitted maximum in many comparable nearby artillery roads, including Broadview Avenue to the west, Pape Ave north of Danforth, and an entire neighborhood bordering Greenwood to the east, less than a kilometer away. Not to mention Gerrard East, Danforth Ave, and the neighborhood directly south of Jones Avenue at Queen East. Please see the CA comparables for photos of two neighboring three-story houses at 461 and 485 Jones Avenue, which exemplify relief from both variances in our proposal before you today. Having a similar condition and dwelling footprint would also be beyond the 0.6 times the lot area FSI. Furthermore, this committee approved a similar proposal for 469 Jones, a three-story dwelling with secondary unit plus two-story laneway house. There is also a building permit issued for the laneway house next door at 471 Jones, all which show that there is precedent for this project and that this proposal is in keeping with the evolving streetscape and lanescape. To mitigate the effects of the variance, address privacy and onlooking, we aligned the front of the duplex with the immediate neighbors along Jones Ave. We complied to the 14-meter maximum building depth for duplexes, specifically, which is 3 meters less than the immediate neighbor to the south and the neighbor across the lane, resulting in a compact building footprint. And we chose to recess all balconies on the duplex at least 1.2 meters from the front and rear facades and 0.6 meters on the laneway suite. Additionally, we chose to raise the parapet on each balcony 0.5 meters and the pickets of the balcony guardrail itself, another 0.5 meters above that, act as screening to mitigate overlooking and provide privacy for occupants and neighbors alike. We spoke to community planning in regard to the typical request for 1.5 meter opaque screening. It was agreed that because the proposed building's rear elevation is set back from its neighbors, the screening would serve no purpose. Please see CA planning correspondence. The added mass of the duplex's third floor, which triggers both variances, does not result in undue adverse impact to the streetscape or the neighbors because of two main reasons. In regard to height, we chose to restrict ourselves to 10.6 meters, short of the 11-meter height maximum, to lessen the overall mass. And because of our setbacks, and because of setbacks on the third floor, including 1.2 meters to 1.5 meters in the front, and 0.3 meters and 1.2 meters on the rear. The variances sought are appropriate, minor in nature, and similar standards exist in the immediate neighborhood. What we set out to accomplish is provide new housing stock to a regenerating area with a soft form of densification, which balances the city plan with the existing neighborhood, providing both a project in keeping with the neighbors and as a future standard for Jones Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. So moderators, give you an idea, because we have 3 people standing by? We do. Okay, panel members, any questions at this time, or shall we hear from those standing by? Okay. So let's go to the first person standing by. Please, by stating your name.
Emily Richardson, you can unmute yourself. Hello, Emily, can you hear us?
Hi, yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We hear you now, Emily. Yes, you're with the panel. You have 5 minutes to address your concerns. Just state, if you wouldn't mind, state your name, please.
Yeah, sorry, I can't hear you very well, but my name is Emily Richardson. I am the owner of 475 Jones, directly beside the proposed.
I think that should be better. Thank you very much. There you go. So you have 5 minutes, Emily, to present your concerns to the panel. Go ahead.
Great, thanks. Again, my name's Emily Richardson. I'm at 475 Jones, directly beside 477 Jones. My main issue of concern is around privacy. Currently, the home right now, my backyard is completely private. I have spoken with Sasha around this concern, and he's advised that the laneway unit will have tinted windows included, so that will provide some privacy. My concern is that any future owner can at some point change that and make those windows untinted. So want to understand how that's going to be addressed, as well as the second story balcony that will look right into my backyard. So concerned about that. I would also say too, as he's mentioned, these are old homes, very, very old homes. And given the intense work that they will be doing to demo this building, I am concerned about the foundation of my home as well, just given the close proximity. And I want to understand how that will be addressed if there's any issues or damage to my property. Recognizing, they're hiring great people to do this work, I'm sure, but issues happen, and I'm concerned that my home will be affected. So those are my main two issues with or concerns with the proposal.
Thank you. Panel members, questions for this speaker? No. Okay then, let's go on to the next registered speaker.
Andrea Lambrou, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, committee.
Hello.
My name is hello, committee. My name is Andrea Lambrou, and I am the property owner of 58 Earl Grey Road. And I also have concerns in regards to the privacy of the alleyway. We currently use the alley for the children to play in. And we also use the alley to have our alley has a lot of traffic, the in and out of families using the very limited, and I have to specify this, very limited amount of parking that we have in our neighborhood. And to take away that spot, to build an alley, I understand an alley house. I understand we are addressing the housing issue. But that is one of the concerns. The other concern is, again, the main concern is the fact that this alley house is being built, these huge windows, these huge balconies. I also have the concerns of right now, I have privacy in my backyard. I love to hang out. I love to suntan in my backyard. And I love the fact that I have my privacy. For myself and my partner, our privacy is very, very, very important, as we do both have very high, stressful, demanding jobs that deal with the public. And so when we come home, this is our safe haven. And I really do not feel comfortable having people being able to look into my backyard. And I also have the issue of that these are old homes, and when digging and demolishing an old home like that, we are sitting on very old bedrock that used to have the Don River running through it. So I'm concerned for flooding within our basements and our houses shifting as well. So I'd like to know how these concerns are going to be addressed. I mean, he's already building a 3-story duplex and a 2-story laneway suite. And, I've been living in this neighborhood now for almost 30 years. And, these homes are predominantly very family owned from one generation to another. And what's happening on Jones right now is like all of the people that are for this home are people that are renters. And I understand.
Hello, Andrew, we've lost you.
There is a sense of community ownership of the property, and, that they're gonna respect the community, respect the families that already live here, and then respect the privacy that we all need to have. So I'm opposing this alleyway build for those reasons.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Questions, panel? We'll proceed now to the next registered speaker, please.
Liza Liu, you have been unmuted.
Hi there, my name is Lisa Liu. I live at 60 Earl Grey Road. So my property directly faces where the proposed laneway suite would be built. I've attached some pictures to the application information center. I'm not sure if somebody can pull that up, just to show the spacing and the picture view. My main concern is around privacy, as the laneway suite, as shown in the pictures, in just a second, will demonstrate that specifically the second story balcony of the laneway suite will be facing directly into my yard, which is the second picture right there. And it will go over the gate that we have from a privacy standpoint. And so it looks directly into our backyard, including our kitchen and master bedroom on the top floor. My second concern is, if you can show it, is that that space is very, very narrow. If you move down the next picture, this is a viewpoint of my backyard directly to the laneway suite proposal. Okay, and then if you can move to the next picture, it just shows you the width and how small of a space that we have back there. Many of the properties surrounding 477 Jones park our vehicles in the back. As Andrea had mentioned, there's very limited space to park on the side streets. And by building a property there, it is very, very difficult, especially during the winter months, to shovel snow out to allow for movement of vehicles, through down to the end of the alleyway. And then my third concern is that with building the proposed laneway suite, it is very difficult to get construction vehicles in the back there. And we're concerned about, how these construction vehicles are able to even be able to come back there with large materials and equipment and not obstruct the passageway of all of the surrounding houses to get out onto Baird Avenue, which is a main street entering into the alleyway. So my main concerns are the three that I presented. My primary concern definitely is privacy, that it faces directly into my yard, and especially with the balcony facing directly into the yard. And I moved my furniture so that I didn't want it to be seen where we share the space with our family. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And panel, any questions there? Nope. Okay, then we shall, at this point, return to the applicant, who will have an opportunity to speak in rebuttal. I'd ask the applicant to confine remarks to those issues raised by the three speakers. Applicant?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes. Hi. Okay, so yes, in what I said before in terms of setting back the balconies, that on the duplex, that means that we're at least 4 meters behind the house, the back of the house to the south, as you'll see, where that's the building footprint we're looking at now. So the balcony there is highly set back from the neighbors. You'll also see there's a precedent for second floor balconies. If you look at the CA photos, page 6, you'll see second floor balconies on 479 Jones and 485 Jones, and yes, on page 6 there. And then in regard to the laneway house, the laneway suites, second floor balcony, we understand their concern for privacy, and we have the same concern, particularly from that second floor balcony on the laneway house. I think it's important to note that this is in fact a Juliet balcony of 0.25 meters deep, and it's set back for the purpose of providing privacy for those inside and out. As I said before, the balcony railing itself provides a screening, and there's a raised parapet on that small Juliet balcony to avoid any overlooking from inside that room. I think those are important conditions to note, because that we've made a special effort in regard to overlooking from that.
Okay. And at 0.25 meters, the Juliet balcony, is that even large enough for a chair? It sounds to me like you couldn't even place a chair there. You'd have to stand.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, questions for the applicant? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Just one quick question. It's with regard to the rear yard, the backyard. You've got a walkway just identified as pedestrian walkway. What materials are you planning to use in that walkway?
I believe that walkway is permitted as an exception to the soft landscaping requirement in the yard between the duplex and the laneway house. I would suggest it be a sort of paver.
Permeable paper?
It could be. It could be a permeable paver.
Thank you.
I'm happy to address any other concerns around construction vehicles and builders themselves, but I just don't think it's part of the scope of what we're talking about today.
It isn't part of the committee's area, but if you want to make a quick comment about it, if you could perhaps put your neighbors at ease on that, go ahead.
Yes, we obviously, with the in respect to the neighbors' damage to neighbors' property, we obviously would have a shoring designer, be an engineer working to do appropriate shoring. The foundations are also generally set inwards from the neighboring houses to the north and the south, complying with the 0.45 setback. And we fully intend on doing the duplex first and using all the space in the backyard to stage and for construction vehicles to maneuver in there. And obviously we'd be wanting to use a respectful builder that's easy for us all to work with. And we're obviously always strive to be good neighbors and are available to answer questions and concerns.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Chen, question.
Just one quick one. The FSI is like 1.01 times. Is this a very common density in the area?
Yes, not on Jones itself, but as I noted before, it is common on nearby avenues, Pape, north of Danforth. There's also a neighborhood to the east, about 1 kilometer, which has a 1.0 density requirement. Also along, I believe it is, I'm trying to find the names here. Also at the bottom of Jones Avenue at Queen East, and at Broadview Avenue to the west, right along Broadview Avenue. Mm-hmm. So I think that those are roads that are comparable to what Jones is, with great public transport and access to the subway.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thanks.
Thank you. Okay. If there are no further questions, I think we can take this application into committee for discussion and move to a motion. Mr. Bach, go ahead. Ms. Chan, second.
Thank you, Chair. I think, first of all, I think we know there are only 2 variances before us, and neither of them are excessive requests. So I think just on the basis of the 2 variances before us, I think this is quite an acceptable application. This particular laneway suite is literally on a laneway, so that's another important thing. And I also note that the laneway is set back from the the lane itself, so we've got some setback there, which is quite good. The only condition I would add is, and I think the applicant was agreeable to it, and that is that the pedestrian walkway in the backyard be produced out of permeable materials. Other than that, there are no other conditions. I'd be quite happy to move for approval.
Thank you.
Oh, I just want to add a couple of my comments. My observation is that I do agree with the explanation that privacy screenings are not serving the purpose, because he actually produced a diagram showing that, first of all, it's set back quite a bit, and also it's facing a blank wall. The important thing is that these balconies are not very deep, very shallow. That's one thing, but another comment I'd like to make is that I'm really happy to see a laneway house does not have any variances. We haven't seen this for a very long time. So that is a good proposal.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Mr. Byatt, you put a motion forward.
Yes, I did.
Is there a second to Mr. Byatt's motion? Ms. Chan seconds it, okay. So it is moved and seconded
A condition for the pavers.
Just the pavers.
to approve, subject to the condition that Mr. Byatt described with respect to permeable pavers on the walkway. All those in favor, please, show of hands. And that motion carries. The application is approved. Number 23, 16 Munition Street. On this application, panel has before it materials submitted with the application, cover letter June 5th, a previous 2017 Committee of Adjustment decision, and there is a staff report from TRCA. Let's have the agent join us, please, by stating your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Cedillo, and my address is 10 Morrison Street, Toronto.
Good afternoon to you. Okay. Panel members, any questions here for this applicant? No?
Oh, maybe a quick, fun one. The ash flowing is not a sport, so it's classified as an amusement? I just want to...
Yes, that is how they would classify it in the bylaw, a place of amusement.
Yeah. Thank you. I have no other questions. I'm ready to move. And also, I want to mention that this is actually a renewal. They had permission for 5 years before. So this, I guess they would like to flow access. I move for approval with no conditions. Yeah.
Second, Mr. Byatt.
Yeah, I'd just like to add a comment. It's, I'm sure this is totally accidental that a weapon throwing amusement center is located on Munition Street.
Right.
Purely accidental, but I'll second the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Very good. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please. Show hands. Motion carries. Application approved. Number 24 is 105 Campbell Ave. And on this application, we're looking at application materials plus revised plans, August 2nd, a redlined zoning notice, same date, 4 photographs of trees, email correspondence from the agent, 2nd of August. We have correspondence from City Planning, August 2nd, and a staff report from Community Planning, same date. So, on number 24, let's have the agent join us, please.
Good afternoon, committee members. Through you, Mr. Chair. My name is Salvatore Crimi. Address is 2572 Eglinton Avenue West.
Good afternoon to you. Okay. Panel members, questions here? think it's pretty clear what you're looking for. We have two minor variances, and neither one of them is onerous.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, slight correction though. The original zoning, because you'll see in your materials, a zoning notice originally dated, let me just get the date here, Friday, July 7th. But then a zoning waiver that was submitted.
Right.
And with only one variance. So in consultation with community planning, I actually reached out early to the office in advance of the review, just because I did do research within the area and I saw that the FSI was slightly high for the area, but granted they're smaller lots, so it kind of naturally inflated the FSI. And nonetheless, I wanted to review. And it was through consultation with community planning that we made some revisions. You'll see that we brought FSI down from 1.32 to 1.21, which is actually the only variance before the committee for review today. We eliminated the length variance through the modifications, bringing back both the second and third floor additions.
Thank you. So we just have the one variance, and it now reads 1.21.
Yeah, which equates to 171.1 square meters.
Okay, thank you. Okay, panel members, are there any questions? Is anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Granitstein?
I make a motion for approval of the amended application.
Thank you. Second to that, it is second to Mr. Byatt. So moved and seconded approval of the amended application. All in favor, please, show of hands. And that vote is unanimous. Motion carries and the amended application is approved. Number 25. (971) Dundas Street West. Committee has before it application materials, 3 photographs, email from Transportation Engineering, and also from Community Planning, City Planning. There is a staff report from Urban Forestry. In support, 2 pieces of correspondence, 13 Beatrice Street, 196 Manning Ave. And we'll ask the applicant, please, to join us by stating your name.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Dan Achimowicz. I'm calling you from DA Design.
Good afternoon to you. Okay. Let us see if the panel has questions for you. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
This has already been built. I seem to recall this application. It was before, right?
This is accurate. Yeah. I have only been involved on this project since April of this year. I was not involved in the initial committee of adjustment, and if you don't mind, I could give you a brief description of what's transpired.
Oh, okay, yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, so we were hired in March of this year. We went out to the site and met the builder on site. And if you visited the property, you would know that it's completely framed. It has been bricked and roofed, and all the windows are in place. Basically, the interior is where the contractor stopped. So when he called us in March this year, we went out, site measured the entire existing building, and there was a discrepancy on the 3rd floor principal bedroom from the approved drawings. So if you can, this deals with the height of the rear wall at the back of the home. If you can scroll over to the 3rd floor, I would appreciate it. I can show you the difference as to what transpired during the build. So if you scroll all the way up, and I think it's this one right here, if you zoom in on the primary bedroom at the back, you'd notice that there's a very large U-shaped window sitting area. And the reason for that is basically this is one of the largest detached properties that faces Bellwoods or Trinity Park. So the contractor wanted to take advantage of the view, the sight of the city, etc. It's really spectacular. Unfortunately, the framing when it was done and the window when it was ordered bigger than the approved initial window. And it also the structure that was specified made this third-story back wall slightly taller than what was approved before. Upon noticing this discrepancy, unfortunately it was a bit late, the builder decided and asked us to come into the city for a permit revision. We prepared a revised permit set, submitted it to the building department. At that time, it went over to the planning department, which flagged this one variance that I'm here to see you for. That one variance deals with the permitted maximum height of rear exterior main wall, maximum allowable of 8.5, where 60% of the total width of the front or the rear wall is 12 meters or more. So for basically what's transpired here is that because of the slight change in plan and the slight change in the structure to the actual elevation, we ended up with this one variance. So as you can see, this is the reason for this. The building has not continued. The building is sitting and has been sitting for a few months now without any progress, and the contractor is eager to continue, but did not want to do anything that would upset the city, the planning committee, and so on. So here we are trying to ask for permission for this one variance for that small change in the primary bedroom at the back of the property.
Thank you for that background. Okay. Can we take this application into committee? Let's do that. Anyone ready with the motion?
Oh, yeah, I have no problem with the one variance. Thank you for the explanation, because I didn't know where it was changed. Planning is okay with it, and there are no oppositions, and then I think that I can support this application. So I move for approval, subject to forestry 3 condition.
Seconded by Mr. Granitstein. So moved and seconded, therefore, to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. Motion carries. Application is approved. Number 26 we have already dealt with. We move on to number 27. (33) Parkway Avenue. Committee has before it application time materials, 3 photographs of trees, planning rationale from the agent, August 2nd, neighborhood support document, August 2nd, correspondence sent to neighbors, August 2nd. There is correspondence in support from 55 Parkway, 65 Parkway, 68 Parkway, and 77 Parkway. And there is a 13-signature petition in support from owners and occupants on Parkway Avenue. Okay. Let's have the agent join us, please.
Graham.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, committee members, Mr. Chair. Graham Barrett, SGL Planning and Design, 1547 Bloor Street West, agent for the owner of 33 Parkway Avenue.
Very good. Good afternoon to you. Moderator, we show one person registered to speak. We're not sure what their stance is. Is that person standing by?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that person is on standby.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Barrett, you have 5 minutes to present your proposal to the panel. Go ahead, please.
Sure, gladly, although I believe the one caller on the line is the adjacent neighbor who's attached. This is a semi-detached home. And
okay, go slowly then. Yeah, that's correct, at 35 Parkway, yes. So
so I believe there were some construction-related concerns, but I would be happy to let her speak first if there's anything that I need to address that she has concerns about, and then I can proceed to the full presentation if you would like, or I'm happy to go ahead with the full presentation now.
I'll ask you to go ahead with your presentation first, please.
Sure, gladly. I had submitted a cover letter with some visuals. If that could be pulled up on screen, that would be great. As I have already mentioned, I believe the adjacent neighbor is now in support of that application, which is great. And as you mentioned, the owners have submitted a fair bit of neighbor support. It's a total of 16 nearby homes, which have signed a petition in support or provided emails in support. As you can see, the owners have been very active in discussing this application with their neighbors and keeping them informed, which is always nice to see and doesn't always happen often enough. So the two variances in question are quite minor in nature. This is a proposal for a third-story addition. It will create a bit of additional living space for the owners and their family. See, I have a description of the site in my presentation materials, my cover letter, but I'll skip over that. Essentially, we're proposing two variances, one for maximum permitted height of all side exterior main walls facing a side lot line. Max is 8.5 meters. The height of all side exterior main walls will be 9.9 meters. And the maximum floor space index of 0.74 is proposed, where 0.6 is the max. Both of these are required to accommodate the third story with an adequate ceiling height to make proper use of the space. If you pull up my cover letter, yeah, exactly. The image on page 2 provides a nice kind of view of where this is actually going to go on this home, which is currently being renovated with all proper permits. This will provide some space for the owners and their children. The basement will be a one-bedroom secondary suite, providing additional rental housing stock in the neighborhood. So this will create a playroom and a study room and a small deck on the third floor. Also, I think it's important to note that this proposal will comply with the overall maximum height of 11 meters. And the variance is very well mitigated by substantial separation distance between the subject site and adjacent homes, specifically 29 Parkway. If you go to the next page on my cover letter, you can see a street view of the subject property and the other adjacent home. There's a large amount of separation due to the unusual lot configuration of the subject site and a laneway which separates these homes. And if you zoom in a bit on the zoning map excerpt on the bottom, you can see all the other homes on Grenadier Road, which stand to be impacted by this development, are really, really well buffered by all of their existing garages along the laneway and then their rear yards as well. And there's also some nice tree coverage back there. So this variance is really well mitigated. The variance for floor space will allow for an increase of 54.48 square meters, roughly 586 square feet. It's a fairly modest addition. And again, it's planned to be used as a playroom, study room, bathroom, and furnace room. The existing dwelling is very close to the maximum permitted FSI at 0.57, and the max is 0.6. So virtually any addition that would be of use would trigger a variance for floor space index. And the proposed FSI of 0.74 times the area of the lot is appropriate for the site and area. I believe this is quite compatible with the neighborhood. There are many homes on Parkway Avenue and in the immediate area with at least partial third stories and many with full third stories. The variances are well mitigated, as I've already mentioned. I've already discussed support, and also the one neighbor who I believe is on the line. There's been a fair amount of communication there to make sure that everything is copacetic. So we're unaware of any objections. This proposal passes the 4 tests of the Planning Act. The variances are quite minor. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I think we'll hear first from, do you have a question? No. I think we'll hear first from the person standing by in opposition. Let's go to that person now.
Jenny Horseman, you can unmute yourself.
Hello?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to attempt to call this person
Go ahead.
in.
We'll just stand by for a second.
Hello. Jenny Horseman, are you there? Through you, Mr. Chair, this person just hung up on us.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, we're just going to try one more time.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I tried reaching a second time and there was no response.
Thank you very much. Okay. Then we'll proceed. Are there panel questions for the applicant? Any further questions? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I was just looking at, I think it's a balcony, rear third floor deck. Just wondering if there might be a privacy issue on the east side. I don't see any indication of privacy screening on the east side in the drawings. Just wonder if the applicant can give me an idea of what.
It's facing
what's
the
going.
lane.
And the one side faces the lane. The front and the west is not an issue. I think it's the east side that overlooks the neighbor.
Yes, there is a privacy wall on the, as you're looking at it now on your screen, on the left-hand side of the proposed deck, there's a 1.5 meter high privacy wall proposed on the portion adjacent to the attached neighbor. The rest of it, we didn't really think it was necessary to include privacy screening as it generally faces the lane and
That's right.
ample tree coverage and substantial separation distance between the proposed deck and neighboring dwellings.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you.
One question.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, because we cannot get to the person who lives on the number 35, your adjacent semi. Do you know what her concerns are, or do you have support?
She has signed a party wall agreement. There have been ample discussions between the designer, the homeowners, and the neighbor. I believe it was mostly around construction issues relating to a chimney and just other issues of how this construction would impact her home and her property, none of which were related specifically to the variances being proposed, but there is an ongoing line of communication between neighbors to discuss this and make sure that everything is done properly and nobody's inconvenienced unnecessarily.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. All right then. Time, I think, to take the application into committee. If someone's ready for a motion.
Okay, yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we're looking at two variances, and I think that what they're asking is not a very large increase, either one. I have no problem with this application, and I'd like to move for approval. I don't think that any, no conditions, with no conditions. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay. Second to that, it is seconded, Mr. Byatt. Very good. Moved and seconded to approve without condition. Those in favor, please, show of hands. Motion carries. The application is approved. And that takes us to number 28. 173 Logan Ave. Before us are materials submitted at application time. 5 photographs of trees. 13 photographs of neighboring properties. Cover letter from the agent, August 2. There is a Toronto and Region Conservation Authority permit. We have comment from TRCA. Correspondence in support, 159 Logan, and 4 form letters in support from 165, 171, 175 Logan, and 128 Morse. So let's have the agent join us, please. Just state your name.
Good afternoon. I'm Sunny Gervin. I'm the agent. I'm at 115 River Road.
Oh, good afternoon.
Hi.
Very good. Okay. Panel members, would we like a presentation, or do you have questions for the agent?
No question.
I think we should have a motion that variances are minor, very minor.
Go for a motion.
Okay. I move that the application be approved. The TRCA has some conditions, fees.
And the fees have been paid, if I may, through you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, so there's no conditions. I move the application be approved.
Thank you. That is seconded by Ms. Chen. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show of hands. There you go. Vote is unanimous to carry the motion. Your
Thank you.
application is approved.
Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Okay, number 29 is the first application of the 3:30 time slot, and I'm encouraged to say that it's about 3:36, so we're doing pretty well. Number 29 is 106 Glenwood Crescent. And on this application, the panel has before it application materials, cover letter agent, 13 June, a 2022 COA decision that affected the property. There's a tree protection plan. There's email correspondence from TRCA and a staff report from Urban Forestry.
Goodbye.
Okay. And we'll ask the agent now to join us, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that was the agent I was trying to call. I think we reached their voicemail. I'm going to try them one more time. Otherwise, we'll have to move on to the next file, and then I'll get back to them in the meantime.
You think we should move on to the next application? Why don't you give her a call, and we'll just see if we can deal with it now while we're all here.
Would like to speak to an operator, please press 0.
Okay, we'll come back to it. We're going to put number 28 on hold, and we shall return. 29, thank you. We shall just set it aside, and we'll come back to it. Perhaps, moderator, if you'd let me know when you connect, and we'll do it then. That takes us on to number 30. 52 Moore Avenue. On this application before us are application materials, 8 photographs of the property. There's a key map, correspondence from the agent, August 2nd. We have one form letter in support from 54, which would appear to be next door. And we have correspondence in interest or concern from 54 also. So the first piece of correspondence from 54 was July the 26th, and then on August the 1st, another letter came in interest or concern. Okay, so let's have the applicant for number 30 join us.
Good afternoon. My name is Dominika Kowiazo-Sitka, and I'm designer and the agent for the property on 25 Moore Avenue.
Good afternoon to you. Okay, I'm just going to put a question to you. We don't have Alana Commissar or Brent Huchuk registered to speak, but can you give us the background, please? Initially, they had supported your application, then they appeared to be concerned about it. Do you have, can you offer us any insight into what the nature of their concern would be?
Yes. Originally, when the owner of the 52 Moore Avenue approached their neighbor and presented the application, there was no issue. However, the neighbors next doors are also planning the future extension to their house, to their part. And I believe that they probably talked to the architect and who raised some concerns. So basically, the concerns were about a foundation wall for the extension and also items which are covered by the building code part at the building permit, like materials for fire separation walls. And one additional question was regarding the privacy for the balconies. So I wrote a letter with reply and sent it to the neighbors, as well as filed to the Committee of Adjustment for the review as well. And what the neighbors didn't know and it wasn't discussed, even though I offer my availability to answer any questions at the earlier stage as well, that we already have existing foundation, because there's an existing walkout at the back, and we are going to use these parts. So basically, there's no encroachment into the neighboring property plan in regards to the new footings and foundations. So I believe that the items which concern at the Committee of Adjustment presentation are basically only the ones regarding gross floor area, and all the other items will be discussed with the neighbors at the later stage. We have a structural engineer on the project who will make all the necessary assessments, and if there's any issues which are not covered in my letter, which I submitted, will be discussed at that time.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I do have the homeowners of the neighboring property on the line. They were a last-minute addition to the registered speakers list, if you wish to hear from them.
Very good. Then ask them just to hold for a moment then. Okay, they're ready to speak. Is there anything you, applicant, wish to add to your comments at this stage? We're going to hear from the neighbors at 54 in a moment. So,
yes, I will be happy to answer any questions which appear after the neighbors call.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's go ahead then and have them join us.
Tim Bowen, you have been unmuted.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, committee.
Good afternoon to you.
My name is Tim Bowen. I reside at 50 Moore Avenue.
I'm sorry, number 50?
Number 50, yes.
50, okay. Go ahead.
And I'll be brief and respect the committee's time. Regarding the renovations of 52 Moore, while we were away on July 15th, Mr. Alper Selleck, one of the homeowners, let us know by email that they were doing a modest extension to their home at 52 Moore Avenue. And I quote, "Dear Tim and Marie, Deanna and I wanted to let you know that we're planning on doing a modest extension to our house. Our hope is to do this renovation work starting in October to minimally disrupt our neighbors' backyards during the enjoyable summer months. Our plans will go to Committee of Adjustment in August. This is related to a 3-inch variance in the grade of our basement, which results in basement contributing to total square footage of the house. The extension itself is modest, 6 feet essentially from the extent of our back stairwell, and will end well before your home's extension. The architect and contractor team we're working with is very detailed oriented and responsive and will help to minimize any nuisance from this work from our neighbors. Please feel free to reach out and get in touch."
Okay.
Thank you for your understanding. So a nice note. However, we just returned yesterday and I was opening the mail and we didn't give it much thought. We said to Alper and Deanna, good luck with your reno, and we moved on. However, upon returning home last night and opening our mail, we found that we took the word modest at face value. And I now see that modest extension is a 3-story, 6-foot extension requiring the addition of a 3rd floor and corresponding 2nd and 3rd floor balconies overlooking the backyard. Clearly, we should have dug deeper into this matter earlier, but we never imagined the extent of the reno based on the email provided. So our only concern is with regards to privacy and the possible negative impact to the enjoyment of our backyard. We spent a great deal of time tending the garden and swimming in the pool, and we're concerned about a 3rd floor balcony overlooking the property. We already feel this burden with our neighbors to the west who added a 3rd-story balcony late in their renovations and do not want a repeat. As they say, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. It is uncomfortable having 3-story buildings overlooking neighbors and a neighborhood of 2-story homes. I do want to mention that I did voice our concern last night to Mr. Alper Selleck by email, and he has assured us that they will do their best to respect our privacy. But given the lack of initial transparency, we felt the need to log an official concern in case there's a need for some sort of recourse. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Questions, panel? Yes, Ms. Chan?
Yeah, is this already been built or started?
No construction has started. Are you addressing me or?
Yes. I just
Yes.
Yeah, because I thought I heard that you saw this 3-story proposal. You were shocked. I thought that it's been built already.
No, we just received the notification. I just opened the details in the mail yesterday because we've been away for the last month and saw the plans for the first time.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Okay, then. Let's return to the applicant who will have an opportunity to comment with respect to what you've said.
Thank you very much for the concern. Yes, yesterday the email appeared with the question about the privacy. And the only privacy in question might be the balcony, the small balcony on the proposed 3rd floor, which is hidden into the proposed roof addition. We could take a look at this. One more page. Yeah, so there is a balcony proposed in the back from the 3rd floor room, which will be hidden into the deck. As far as the distance from the adjacent property, the addition of the house on number 50 extends over 2 meter, 2.3 meter from the proposed addition. A bit further. Plus, there's high trees, cedar trees, which are almost the height of the building, which are going to be maintained, and additional the privacy screens will be installed on the 3rd floor addition on both sides. So we took into consideration all the privacy measures up to now, and hopefully they will be satisfactory. As far as the extent of the proposed addition is concerned, it's really rather small. The trouble which creates the major variance is the fact that basement has to be included into gross floor area as due to ratio between the established grade level and also existing basement level. We are literally talking about the 3 inches, but this 3 inches difference in height in the front elevation created additional number into the variance. So comparing to all the renovations and the additions in the neighborhood, I feel that the proposal is very modest and within the neighborhood character. I hope committee agrees. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, panel. We've heard from all the speakers that we can connect with. I think we're ready to take the application into committee, unless there are any final questions for the applicant. No, let's take it into committee for a motion, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll go for this one. We've got in front of us one single variance, and I think the variance is quite acceptable. I don't see any issues with it. The only thing I would add, and I think the agents already indicated that they would be doing that, and that is the privacy screens on, I think it might
Both
be
sides.
both sides of
They
the
said both
privacy
sides.
screen,
Yeah.
east and west sides, I think, up to 1.5 meters. We could just add that in, I think, as a condition, just so that it's there and the neighbor is quite comforted by that fact that we'll have it in. Other than that, there are no other conditions attached to this application.
Okay, second to that? It is seconded, Mr. Granitstein. So moved and seconded for approval, subject to inclusion of privacy screens, both sides on third floor balcony. All those in favor, please, show of hands. And that vote is unanimous to carry the motion. The application is so approved. Thank you. And I'll just check back now. With respect to number 29, moderator, any luck in connecting with?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the agent for that item is still having trouble signing in. I will attempt to call them in after the next item, in which both speakers for the next item are on standby right now.
Very good, okay. Let's go to the next item then, number 31, 171 Belsize. We have before us application materials, revised plans, August 1, an arborist report, June 7, email correspondence, transportation engineering, transportation services, opposition from 173 Belsize, would appear to be next door, received July 31st. So let's have the applicant join us, please, by stating your name.
Jonathan Mitskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Okay, good afternoon. Moderator, do we have one person in standby here?
I've been told that this person is in the room.
Okay. Very good. Okay, then. Go ahead, then, agent. You have 5 minutes to present your proposal to the panel.
First, I would just like to say that we did submit a revised site plan as well as floor plans on August 1st. The revision that was submitted on August 1st was in response to some of the concerns, I believe, of the neighbor at number 173, who I believe is speaking. We eliminated a mid-deck that was located off of the rear. There is a very large slope front to back on this property of essentially 1.73 meters, or somewhere around 6 feet. So that change in grade leads to the number of stairs we see on the site plan here. In the middle of the stair winder box we have there to the rear was a deck located at the mid-level. That has now been eliminated. So I would ask, if this were to be meritorious, that we tie any decision to the site plan that is dated August 1st.
Applicant, just if you pardon me for interrupting you, we will do that, I think, of course. Let me ask you, do any of the changes you made in those revised plans, do any of them affect the actual minor variance situation?
They do not, Mr. Chair. The minor variances stay exactly as is. This wasn't a request
Go ahead.
for any of the variances that was made.
Okay, go ahead.
So again, there is no change to the public notice. Turning to the variances itself, just to deal with the soft landscaping as well as the driveway width, this has a mutual right-of-way between 171 and 173. As the committee is aware, that area cannot be cannot be made green, as it is a mutual right-of-way. So that is the result of the request for the increase of the driveway width as well as the soft landscaping. The proposal requests an integral garage, that is the zoning bylaw requirement of 3.2 meters in width, with the associated width of the driveway. So again, Mr. Chair and the committee, that would be unavoidable due to the right-of-way that is located on the eastern portion of the property between 171 and 173. Turning to the deck variances, which deal with the side yard setback as well as the area of the deck, again, largely due to this increase in the height difference from the front to the back of 1.75 meters. We have the rear deck variance request for a side yard setback as well as the minimum area itself. Again, in consultation with the neighbors, we have provided on that site plan and the floor plan privacy screening located on both the east as well as the west portion of it. I would also note that the depth of the deck we see here is well below the 2.5 meters that is permitted under the zoning bylaw for the depth of a deck. So that deck is essentially almost 3 feet below the requirement of what we could have for that deck there itself. Yes, 3 feet below what that requirement would be for the deck. In terms of the variance for the FSI, if we were to go back to the site plan, we do match the front and rear main wall of both adjacent dwellings to the east and the west. So in terms of the appropriateness of that, again, it does match both. Lastly, the Davisville Village zoning bylaw restricts the entrance of the vehicle entrances through the front main wall for the integral garage. This strip of bell size on both the south as well as the north, as well as both adjacent houses to the east and the west, both have integral garages with 2 functional floors of living above them. So in terms of maintaining that prevailing character of the neighborhood on both the south and the north side of Belsize, this does exist in substantial numbers, and I would say it would not be upsetting that built form and streetscape along Belsize itself. I'd really be happy to answer any questions that committee have or after the neighbor speaks.
Thank you very much. There's a question, Mr. Granitstein.
Yes, variance number 8 increases the width of the driveway to 4.24. Is this the mutual driveway you're talking about? And in case of, is 3.28 the entire width of the driveway? And so are you adding on some, almost a meter on your side alone?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Granstein, basically, because of that requirement of that right-of-way being located between the 2 dwellings, that has to be maintained as a hardscape. In order to accommodate the garage, we cannot green that area. So that is the total measurement from the interior parking space of the garage essentially to that property line at the eastern portion. Really, whether it was an integral garage or a surface parking space, this variance would be required because you can't park a permanent vehicle on that right-of-way. It has to be left unencumbered. So this really is a variance that, regardless of anything, would be required, which also triggers the landscaping variance because you cannot green that area.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Other question, Mr. Bayat?
Yeah,
and
if I
Mr.
could
Chen.
just add to Mr. Grandstein's question, would that new driveway that you're proposing, and the widened one, of course, be produced out of permeable materials, so at least there's some allowance for moisture to seep through?
We would be happy to make that a condition of approval through you, Mr. Chair.
Good, okay.
A similar question. You have the front integral garages. Your neighbors on the other side also have a driveway or integral garage. What is the purpose of this right of way then? So
Through you, my assumption would have been back in the day, a lot of this Davisville Village area had garages that may have been located in the rear yard. Again, that probably would have been my idea. I know more and more these right-of-ways are being extinguished, but that's something has to be done through the two private owners through an agreement of extinguishing that right-of-way. But as we can see here, again, it meets that side yard setback. It would be near impossible to fit a vehicle between that right-of-way for either dwelling at 171 or 173. It's just a historical right-of-way that's been there.
Yeah, I understand that. With Don's question is that if you consider your driveway plus the right-of-way and plus your neighbors, is this a very wide paved area? I'm just looking at it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you're correct. And Ms. Chan, you can actually see in the rear, there is a garage that is proposed to be removed with the application. So that right-of-way at one time may have serviced to the rear, but yes, I completely don't disagree with that statement that it is a lot of hardscaping that's there, but it's really unavoidable if you want to provide any type of parking on the property.
Okay, the second question is, on your site plan, are you proposing to remove quite a few trees, or is that?
They are the ones in the front yard will be maintained. The one to be removed, I believe, is bylaw, is not regulated under the municipal code.
I see, but the one in the front, isn't it, they will be in the way of the driveway? You have to remove some of them, right?
Correct,
most
correct.
of them? Okay, all right. So, yeah. You do not have a forestry condition here, but you're going to work with urban forestry, right, for permit? Yeah.
Correct. To be proactive, we did submit an arborist report.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's go now to the person standing by, the registered speaker standing by, to hear from them.
Shiva, you have been unmuted.
Hello?
Hello.
State your name, please.
My name is Mahmoud Joktai. I'm Shiva's son. Shiva's sitting here with me. Okay. I reside at 40 Harwood Road, Toronto.
Very good. You have 5 minutes to address your concerns to the panel. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and the committee. Our concern is mostly with the incorporation of the deck at the back, as the applicant has mentioned earlier. These are quite a bit of steep lots. I believe at the back, the proposed elevation of the deck would be in the region of 13 to 14 feet high. And it requires like extensive number of stairs to come down. They were kind enough. There was initial proposal that there was a secondary, basically, deck in the middle as well, in the middle of there. Pretty much that was overlooking my mom's property. They removed that from their plan, original submitted plan. The top deck is still in there. The concern that my parents have basically is not the deck alone itself, is just the number of stairs that are coming down with the mid-landing to just break the stairs, basically, the way that it's designed. I believe like the applicant can verify, but at least they would have like in the region of 20 plus steps to get down. So for us, the matter of the deck being this size, like 2 meters, I think, in terms of width, and the full size, pretty much full size of the house at the back, is of concern. We would be totally fine if the size of the deck in terms of the length would be reduced to, let's say, something in the region of, I don't know, 1 by 1, 2 by 2 meters. We can support the application and move forward. So that's one of the main concerns. The other concern is that my parents use the sort of a walkway between the two houses quite extensively. I've got 2 young children that they visit here quite often, and they play in the backyard. I'm not sure if it's something that committee can address right now, or it's going to go to basically building department and they would assess. But A shoring, I would believe, like with 6 feet, like once these two property, once the next door property is built, I believe it would be in the region of 6 feet between the two properties, and for them to be able to dig and over dig to do their form work, I'm sure that they have to over dig a little bit. So having a shoring plan and a shoring system design on this sort of a mutual drive would be something of an interest to us. And the last thing we mentioned in the email, the two windows on the side of the house, if the applicant is willing to put privacy screens on them, we don't have any issues with those as well. On the east side, like the windows on the east side with privacy screen or any sort of frosting, we would not have any issues with those.
Okay, then we'll see what the agent responds to that. Thank you. Any questions, panel, for this speaker? No. Let's go back to the agent, then he'll have an opportunity to respond.
Sorry, can you hear me?
We hear you now very well, yes.
Sorry. In terms of the deck projection, that deck projection is 1.8 meters off of that rear wall. That mid landing is really just required so you basically don't end up further and further into that rear yard. As I mentioned, there is a 6 foot difference in grade from front to back. So largely this is just caused by the natural topography of the neighborhood itself, which again would be on adjacent dwellings also that have rear decks that also have to get down to grade from, again, the elevated integral garage floor that's there. So in terms of the deck, again, we are basically 0.7 meters below that projection that is permitted to be in length at 2.5 meters, with us being at 1.8 meters. In terms of the windows itself, these are one side window on the second floor that is located in the middle of the dwelling, much like the adjacent dwelling has on that portion, because that's the greater side yard setback that would permit those glazed openings. Those glazed openings, as we have with the side yard setback being at 1.07, would have to have fire shutters on them. But again, that is a window that is located in the middle of the second floor on a bedroom. And again, really is a standard occurrence on these dwellings as well as adjacent dwellings. I think that kind of addresses the concerns, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee might have.
Thank you very much. Panel members, are there questions? Mr. Bayek, go ahead.
Thank you, applicant. I was just going to ask one other question. It's related to the rear yard and the garage. My understanding is that the garage is going to be removed, but on the site plan, it's worded garage siding to be removed. I'm not sure whether this means the garage is being removed or siding is being removed and the structure basically remains.
Yeah, what I can say to that is if we wanted to zoom in on that rear area, two things. It is entirely dotted, which generally would denote that it's a structure to be removed. I think the other thing, and yes, it could have been identified a little clearer. We see that where it says garage siding is in italics, which signifies it probably came from the surveyor, and then the note to be removed was added by the architect. But again, I'd be happy to also make that a condition of approval, if you like, that garage in its entirety is to be removed.
And would that be replaced with soft landscaping?
Let's zoom in on that. Can we zoom in on the garage backyard area, please?
But yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Byatt, yes, that would be exclusively soft landscaping, as we see by that kind of arrow hatching, which generally denotes soft landscaping as an architectural image.
Terrific, thank you.
Okay, any other questions, panel? I'm not hearing any. So, I think we're ready to take the application into committee. Move toward a motion. Let's do that. Mr. Bayek, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take a crack at this. And I think despite the fact that there are a number of, we have 9 in total variance requests, I think cumulatively they're not excessive. I think the applicant has already indicated that they've made some adjustments, and I noticed that the balcony or the rear deck on the second floor has got privacy screening on both sides. The only conditions I might add to this, and I don't think there are any other conditions, and that is that the driveway in the front of the house be produced out of permeable materials, and that once the garage is removed, that be replaced with soft landscaping. I don't believe there are any other.
There was the idea of tying the approval to the revised drawings.
Perfect, that would be great, yes.
Okay. There's the motion. It is seconded by Ms. Chen. So moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please, show of hands. And that vote is unanimous. The motion carries, and the application is so approved. Thank you. Now, okay. So at this stage, we've been going for a couple of hours. We're going to recess for 10 minutes and then resume at 4:20. And we'll be resuming. Well, I'm just going to check with the moderator. Moderator, if you can get number 29 with us by then, we'll resume with 29. Otherwise, we'll resume with number 32. So 10-minute recess.
let's do it fast. Yes. My children are 27 and 20, no, almost 30.
See,
Yeah, they are.
Instead of that being there, it's here.
No, not
I'd
the
like it to
boy.
be there.
He's, no,
Would you like
he's
to
got his
duplicate it?
girlfriend. I mean, I don't know whether. Yeah, exactly. This, you know, these days, as parents, you never ask this. They're engaged, they told us.
Yeah, this is how the.
By the way, they're engaged. Exactly.
I see. Now you can blow it up to the full size. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
So much.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah. But you know those, it's very difficult, even myself,
But
asking myself that question. We can never really be, I think it's good not to be too heavy.
No, but you know, from our perspective, as we want to be assured that whoever they decide in life,
Okay.
they're happy with that choice.
Yeah.
It's unpredictable in the long term. I hope it will be.
Of course, that's what we're concerned, right? But all I mean is it's way where even you look through your own life. I mean, there's a big range whether we really have, but I never at a point saying that I would just sit around because I feel so happy I have to do anything. I always feel that, oh no, I have to do this, I have to do that, and then, because now.
So you'll just go into the WebEx panel here, and then you
I
just
always
click on
put
Start
some money
Video.
away for them.
And then
Even
it'll turn on the
before they
webcam
went
on
to
your
university, they all got the RSP and all that. But after that, I changed
Thank
it
you.
to the RSP, so they won't be able to spend it, but then they have some RSP. And then
We can go now, yeah.
You're thinking, yeah, I grew up and never had those things done for me. And I think it's okay, I think.
Huh? But just a minute.
You do not know whether you
Don't
make
go
it
away. What do I do?
and just
down here.
still worry.
Here?
Yep.
It's hard to know, because we know the future is unpredictable. But as
Okay,
parents,
so I don't have to push anything else?
once you become a
Thank you.
you're ready to go back, you'll start to talk about cats.
Oh, okay. Okay, we're talking about very important things, life. He's not worried.
We resume. And we are going to step back to number 29, 106 Glenwood Crescent, which was set aside while we got through some connection issues with the applicant. So we're now connected to the applicant, and we'll ask the applicant, please, to join us by stating their name.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and to the members of the committee. I am Eliza Alinas, and I will be the agent for 106 Glenwood.
Good afternoon to you. Okay, glad to have you with us.
Thank you very much.
And so, on this application, if you'll just stand by, Agent, I'll just read into the record the materials that we're looking at. We do have the materials that were submitted at the time of the application. We have a letter from the agent on June 13. There's a 2022 Committee of Adjustment decision before us that affects the property. There's a tree protection plan, June 8th, and there is correspondence from TRCA and also from Urban Forestry. A staff report. So, panel members, any questions for the agent?
If I may, Chair, Agent, would I be correct in suggesting that this is very much a technical issue?
Agent, the question to you is this essentially a technical issue, these two missing variances?
Correct, that's correct. Sorry about that.
Give us just a touch of background, please.
Oh, so this has been, we've already submitted an application for the building height, which was already approved, I think it was February this year. And upon applying for the building permit, it was recognized during the zoning review that we have to apply for the main wall height and the main pedestrian height supposed to be together with the building height that we applied for like a few months ago.
Okay, so these couple of minor variances they were kind of overlooked at that time and discovered later on.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, okay. Any other questions, panel? Okay, I'm not hearing any. And I think we can take this application into committee for a motion. Mr. Granitstein.
Yeah, I move the application be approved without condition.
Thank you. Is there a second? There is a second. Ms. Chen. Moved and seconded to approve without condition. All in favor, please. Show of hands. Motion carries. Application is approved. Thank you. We jump now to application number 3275, Lonsdale. And on this application, the only materials before the panel are those submitted at the time of the application and one photograph of a tree received May the 15th. So let's have the applicant join us, please, by stating your name.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee. My name is Mario Silva. I'm at 100 Uxbridge Avenue, agent for the application.
Good afternoon. Okay. Questions here, panel members, for the agent? I do have one for you, agent, and that is, really, it's a simple application. You're asking for 0.91, where 0.6 FSI is allowed. What is the current FSI on the property?
The current is 0.86, but just to explain here.
Would you mind, was that 0.8?
It includes the basement area, so.
0.86.
0.82, and that includes the basement.
0.86.
86?
Yes, we're going from 0.86 to 0.91.
Okay. Very good.
But like I said, this includes the basement area.
Thank you.
One quick question.
Go.
Yeah, since you have a photograph of one tree, what is the significance of this tree?
What is the significance of this tree?
Yeah.
Well, this is just to show that the tree is in the area of where construction will take place, but it's on the neighbor side.
Okay.
Okay then.
Well, isn't the requirement to show trees within 6 meters of the lot line?
Not to us unless it is urban, after urban forestry condition, or you have discussion with them, or you want to show us there's something special about it. I mean, you're still subject to have a tree decoration, right, when you want to apply for building permit.
Okay,
Correct.
let's, panel, I think we can take this application into committee for a motion pretty simply.
Yeah.
Ms. Cheng, go ahead,
I think
please.
this is a very straightforward application. I have no problem, and there's no opposition, so staff report. So I move for approval with no conditions.
Thank you. That is seconded by Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded. Approval. All in favor? Motion carries. That application is approved. Number 33 relates to 154 Forest Hill Road. Before us are the materials submitted, time of application, 8 photographs of trees. There is a 2003 Committee of Adjustment decision, which affects the property. And we do have a staff report from Urban Forestry. Okay, let's have the agent join us, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm trying to contact the agent. I'll try calling them once more.
Okay, well, we'll stand by for that. That's okay. Let's see if we can connect.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the agent, I can't seem to get to the agent. If you want to move to the next item, and I'll try to reestablish contact with this agent.
Thank you. We'll put number 33, set it aside, and return to it when you advise that you've made connection to the agent. So that will take us to number 34, 41 Babby Point Road. On this application, panel has before it application materials, 2 photographs of the property, and a 2008 Committee of Adjustment decision. There's a staff report from Urban Forestry and another from City Planning. So, can we have the agent join us, please?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't seem to have the agent online for this, but I do have the owner. So Chai Tam, you have been unmuted.
Hello.
Oh, hi. I was kind of expecting my agent to be speaking.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
You're faint. Is there any way you can increase your volume or speak more close to the mic?
Okay, I'll try.
Now that's much better. State your name, please.
It's Chi, last name Tam.
Very good.
Okay. I was expecting my agent to be on. I think he's tried to be on before. Let me see if I can reach him.
I'll give you a moment to do that. Otherwise, we can put the application, if you want the agent to speak on your behalf, we can set the application aside and come back to it. But see if you can make contact yourself.
Okay, give me 1 second. Hi, I believe my agent is actually on the line, or he's logged in.
Please leave your name and number.
Hello?
I hear you, Mr. Tam.
Hi.
Yes, I believe my agent's actually logged in.
Yeah, perhaps. Let me check with the moderator.
Yeah, hi, Chi. I don't see your agent registered under their name. Do you know what name they would be registered under right now? Because I don't see a Mobina Farhani registered at all.
Yeah, so it's actually not Mobina, it's Hamid, and his number is 416-312-0177.
We don't need the phone number, but I do see him.
Okay. Thought that might help.
Hi, Hamid.
Good afternoon.
You have been unmuted.
Hi.
Yes, thank you so much. So I was in a meeting from 3:30, but anyway, so if I can share my screen, I can explain to you more easily.
Hi, Hamid. You cannot share your screen. You can only share the materials that you've already been submitted to us already.
Okay, so if you go to site plan, page 4.
Just a second. Okay, now we do have the agent with us. That's good. And we have you. I think I need to ask you to give us your name, please.
Yeah, sorry. My name is Hamid Hemmati. I'm engineer in record for this property.
Okay. And I'm going to check, Hamid, I'm going to check with my colleagues on the panel and ask them if they want a presentation or need a presentation and whether they have any questions for you. So panel members, do we need a presentation on this application?
No.
We don't think so. Okay. Do we have any questions for Hamid, the agent? We don't have any questions. Okay, in that case, then I think we can actually take the application into committee for a motion. Anyone, Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think this is a very straightforward application. There's only 3 variances and they each quite minor. There are no conditions except for forestry 2. Heritage has no comment, so there are no real issues with this particular application. I'd like to move approval with forestry 2 as a condition.
Thank you. That has a second, Mr. Granitstein. Moved and seconded. 2, approve. Those in favor, please. And that motion carries. The application is approved. Thank you. We can move on now to number 35. And number 33 remains on hold. Right, moderator? Okay. Number 35 is 357 Dovercourt Rd. Panel has before it those materials submitted at the time of the application. There are 8 photographs. Trees. And there is correspondence in either concern or interest from 68 Churchill, 363 Dovercourt, 66 Churchill, and another from 66 Churchill. Let's have the agent join us.
Good afternoon. I'm Eric Calhoun. I'm the agent for the owners of 357 Dovercourt. We're actually looking for a deferral today. It's just come to my attention that there's an error in the public hearing notice. You'll notice under the purpose of application, they have said that this dwelling will have a total of 3 dwelling units, 1 primary unit and 2 secondary suites. This is incorrect. It's actually 4 dwelling units total.
So it's more units than specified.
Then the drawings are correct. Everything's very clear there, but this summary at the beginning of the public hearing notice is misleading.
The dwelling will have a total of 3, and in fact, the 3 is actually 4. Is that the?
The 3 is 4, and it's 1 primary and 3 secondary suites.
Okay. Okay. We don't have anyone. Okay. Well, we'll just think about this. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, do you think that does make that does alter the application? I'm not sure it makes it more onerous. I don't think it does.
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, it does, because instead of 2 secondary suites, it's 3 plus 1 primary. They went through a zoning review. I guess the question to the applicant would be, are you just going to defer to be rescheduled to the next available hearing date, or are you going through another review?
We need to get another zoning notice because I looked at it and it's not clear. The way they worded it on the zoning notice is adding 2 additional secondary suites. And that was based on their research and our research showing that there were 2 legal suites in the building now. But that's not helpful. So we'd like to get the notice reissued.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Chair, it sounds as though C of A staff took the same information that the zoning staff did, and so now it requires a deferral to go back to the zoning staff to get an updated zoning review on the correct information so that it can come back to committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, panel, that's fairly clear guidance on this one. Mr. Granitstein, please go ahead.
Yeah, I make a motion to approve a deferral.
And that is seconded by Ms. Chen. All those in favor, please show of hands. Motion carries. The application is deferred. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, number 36. Concerns 10 Waller Avenue. Consists of a consent to sever and 2 related minor variance applications. So. On number 36, oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You're the agent for number 36?
I am, yes.
Very good, okay. On number 36, 10 Waller Avenue, committee has before it copy draft plan of survey, revised site plans, zoning waivers, July 11, August 2nd, correspondence from the agent, 11 July, arborist and tree protection plan report, planning justification letter, April 19, staff report, engineering construction services, May, tree protection plan review, urban forestry, August. We have correspondence in concern for Waller Avenue, and we have correspondence in opposition from 63A Morningside, 14 Waller, 12 Waller, 29 Lavinia, 27 Lavinia, 8 Waller, 4 Waller, 6 Waller, from the Swansea Area Ratepayers Group. From the Swansea Area Ratepayers Group, once again, both the 7th or the 8th of August and the 1st of August. Also from 65 Morningside. Okay. So the agent for this application is here with us in person. I'll ask you to identify yourself, please.
Hi there, Addison Milne Price. I'm a planner at Design Plan Services located at 900 the East Mall, Suite 300.
Very good. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay. You have 5 minutes to present your proposal to the panel. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'd like to first confirm that we're dealing with the revised variances that were sent in on August the 2nd that reduced the building depth on part 1 from 21.5 55 meters to 18.79 meters. And
Okay, well, let me ask you then, we have received those materials as I read out. We received a set of plans on August the 2nd and a revised zoning waiver August the 2nd. Do any of the revisions relate changes? Do we have to change any of the minor variances?
Yeah.
Yes,
In that case, let's go, why don't we walk through that first?
yes.
So we capture those changes, okay?
Absolutely. So the change in building depth variance was a result of pushing the proposed houses towards.
Wait a second, we don't need to get into that detail, we're just gonna go with the numbers.
Understood.
If you'll refer to the minor variance number, the existing number, and what it should become. That's
Absolutely.
what we want to do.
Just give me a moment because the public notice had different numbers. So it's on part 1, it's variance number 1. It was originally requested for 21.55 meters and is now reduced to 18.79 meters.
Let's go slowly here. So variance number 1 on
Part 1.
part 1 changes from 21.55 to,
18.79.
thank you. Carry on.
And now on part 2, variance number 2, which still relates to building depth, has been reduced from 21.2 meters to 18.33 meters.
18.33.
I'm sorry. That was on 36B.
C.
36C.
36C, okay. 36C,
Variance number 2.
2 changes, 21.2 becomes,
18.33.
thank you. Are there any other changes to the variances?
That is it.
That's it, okay, so we've captured that, we're all dealing with the same application. Very good. You now have 5 minutes to present your application.
Thank you. As I was saying, that change was a result of pushing the proposed buildings towards the front lot line. The size and shape of the proposed buildings was not altered through that change. The buildings were initially proposed to be directly in line with the front wall of 12 Waller Ave. However, the buildings were pushed forward to be in line with the front porch of 12 Waller Ave. I'd also like to note that planning staff haven't posted any comments to the AIC, which indicates that they have no concerns with this proposal typically. In terms of the proposed severance, 10 Waller has an existing attached dwelling, and this severance for 2 new single detached dwellings will introduce gradual and gentle intensification to the neighborhood that's consistent with the existing character of single detached dwellings. If staff would kindly pull up the planning justification letter submitted and navigate to the lot and frontage analysis, I'll continue speaking while we wait, but these maps illustrate how the proposal reflects the existing development patterns and prevailing lot frontages within the neighborhood. More specifically, 56% of the lots within the geographic neighborhood have a lot frontage equal to or less than that of the proposed lots, and 70% of the lots have a lot area equal to or below the proposed lots. I'll also note that no variance is required for the lot area of either proposed lots. In other words, both lots feature a lot area that complies with the minimum requirement. Moreover, this subject property is within a neighborhood that has easy access to public transportation, both along Morningside Ave and the Jane subway station, and is also in close proximity to major and minor arterial roads. I'll note as well that on-street parking is not permitted on the north side of Waller Ave, and therefore the newly proposed curb cut will not reduce the total amount of parking available on Waller. Now, in terms of the proposed variances, the proposal includes 2 new detached houses, 1 on each lot, and both dwellings require a similar set of 4 variances, and I'll therefore discuss them together. In terms of the variances for lot frontage, I've already discussed that, so I'll skip ahead to building depth. Now, these variances are a result of the location of the houses in relation to the front yard. The actual length of each house is below 17 meters. And the existing front yard setbacks are inconsistent along Waller Ave, as 8 Waller Ave, located to the immediate east, is set back from the street by 2.6 meters, and 12 Waller Ave is set back by 8.2 meters. The required front yard setback is the average of the adjacent dwellings on each side, which significantly decreases the front yard setback required on the proposed lots. As it is proposed, the dwellings are placed further back than what is required for the front yard setbacks to create a more appropriate transition between the adjacent dwellings and provide additional front yard amenity space, hence the building depth variance. If the proposed dwellings did not provide additional space in the front yard, a depth variance would not be required. Considering the required front yard setback of 12 Waller would be the average front yard setback of 14 and the proposed dwelling, the rear main wall of 12 Waller Ave, the adjacent dwelling, could be extended past the rear main wall of the proposed dwellings with no variance required. And as such, the proposed building depths will fit in and be compatible with the surrounding context.
Just a moment, please. Staff, would you put up the lot or the site plan, please? Go ahead.
Now, in terms of the building height, the proposed variance for height represents a difference of just over 2 feet from what's permitted as of right. If you take a moment to view the elevation drawings as well, you'll note that the top of the dwelling features step backs to the front and rear main walls, and therefore only a portion of either dwelling requires this additional 70 centimeters in height. And that ensures that the adjacent dwellings will not be impacted by this variance any more than they would from an as-of-right house. Now, in terms of the last variance, FSI, these dwellings are proposed entirely within the permitted building envelope. In other words, the buildings are compliant with all setbacks, front, side, and rear, and are also compliant with the minimum soft landscaping requirements. Even further, the proposed dwellings will be providing driveways made from permeable pavers. These are dwellings that are appropriate for the lots that they are proposed on, and they feature a massing that's consistent with the existing dwellers along Waller Ave, as evidenced by approvals for similar or greater densities that I can refer to later. But now that I'm at the end of my time, I'm ready to answer any questions from the committee.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, panel, any questions at this time, or shall we hear from those speaking in opposition? I think let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so if you wouldn't mind, Agent,
no worries.
Giving up, relinquishing that chair, and we'll see. Do we have applicants in the, or speakers, registered speakers in the audience who are here to speak on this application? We do. Okay, so. I beg your pardon? Yes, order the list. If you could call them, please.
Joan Leader, if you could come up.
Good afternoon. Could you state your name, please?
Joan Leader of 8 Waller Avenue.
You have 5 minutes to address.
Well, before that, could I request that the pictures that I put in my objection go up on the screen?
Of course.
Thank you. There's a second one that's even more significant, that one. Yeah, can you put both up?
Not at the same time.
Okay, well then, leave the second one up.
Go ahead, you have 5 minutes to present your concerns.
Okay. My objective today is to reinforce my opposition to the applicant's proposals and show their effects on my life and property. As a senior with a disability and other health concerns, I spent money renovating my home within the bylaws so I could live out my days comfortably here, near to all the services that I would need. This submission affects my ability to do this. 2 of the 3 variances requested are not minor, but major in both effect and numbers. I will not be talking about those, others will. I will be focusing on the height variance. The maximum building height suggested could be considered a minor variant, except for the fact that the planners did not take into account the gradient difference between 8 and 10 Waller. The front 1/3 of the lots are level. Then 10 Waller Avenue increases in height to their rear property line. Meanwhile, 8 Waller remains level, giving a gradient difference at the rear of my garage and the rear of their proposed structure of 1.6 meters, as you can see in the photo. Here, the sandy soil is kept in place by a retaining wall on my property, running the full length of the increasing gradient. Because the proposed structure is so close to the property line and the soil is such fine sand, the large Norway spruce and its roots helps to keep the area stable. Any tree or root removal runs the risk of damage to my garage or retaining walls. If roots are left, over time they will decay and damage to these structures is possible then. Also, because of the gradient, the building appears much taller than the stated height and any effects are increased. The amount of soft landscape and greenery is reduced with their plan, so the risk of erosion and flooding in my lower yard in the case of severe weather event is increased. The solid 3-story wall facing my lot causes the following detrimental effects. First, because of our latitude, the angle of the sun's rays, and the fact that we face south, the sunlight will be dramatically reduced to my deck and backyard, a problem aggravated in the winter by the lower angle of the sun's rays. This will also reduce the amount of light into my house as I have west-facing windows. Because of the reduced sunlight, my solar safety lights to the rear of my house will be less effective, increasing the risk of a break-in. Also, because of the reduced line of sight from the road and the less lighting, entrance into my house by the rear door will be less safe at night. I use the rear door as it is the shortest route from my garage and it is the only entrance where I could build a ramp if I need it. Next, because my house is east of the proposed structure and the prevailing winds are westerly, the airflow to my deck and backyard will be greatly reduced. As well, with my west windows, ventilation for my house will be reduced. Again, because the proposed structure is so close to the property line and the roof is flat, debris from there, as well as snow in the winter, will blow into my driveway and onto my garage roof, increasing my maintenance costs. Next, the 3-story building extends deep enough into the lot to interfere with my privacy. Because of the lower gradient, there will be an unimpeded view into my backyard from their deck and all 3 floors. Even a maximum height fence on the property line could not correct the problem. This project will increase my expenses, reduce my ability to enjoy the outdoors in my own backyard, increase my safety risks, and therefore devalue my property. All my concerns can be addressed and risks to my property reduced if the consent for severance was denied. Then the applicant could consult with the neighbors, something they did not do this time, to determine a suitable solution. We ask that all the neighbors' objections be given full consideration since our right to appeal has been removed. We are trying to preserve the unique nature of
I'll
our
ask you for your
neighborhood.
final comment now, please.
Pardon?
Your final comment now, please.
I'm finished. Thank you for listening to my concerns.
Panel members, questions for next door neighbor? Not hearing any, okay. Thank you very much.
So, madam?
There's a question here. Excuse me, Joan, there's a question for you.
Yes. Could you explain how your safety with respect to your back door exit would be compromised?
Well, if the security, I've already had one break in and the police advised me to put up these solar safety lights so that the minute anybody came in, they would come on. The only thing is, they're not going to be in the sun now very long, and so therefore they're not going to be effective, so that increased my risk.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, moderator.
The next speaker, Paula Godet, please come up. Marcette, please come up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. I'm Marcette Apilato, and this is my husband, Nenad Rajenovich.
Good afternoon.
My voice is very loud. Before I
If you want to pull up a chair also, you're welcome to do so. There's chairs we can make available for you.
Can we also have my letter and the photos that we have available, please? Oh, yes, and we're going to be featuring that first picture and then probably the aerial view, yes. Okay, so we're the owners of 12 Waller Avenue, the neighbors adjoining the west side of 10 Waller Avenue. We've been living here for the past 10 years, and because we only have 7 houses on Waller, we are very familiar with the neighborhood and most of the families that live here. When we received the build notifications, I got to say we were pretty surprised at the size of the project because we hadn't been approached by the homeowners or their developers ahead of time. It was only after our objection letter was posted on the committee website that the homeowner contacted us to discuss. First off, we'd like it to be acknowledged that we object to the severance of the lot and share the same views as our neighbors who are going to be presenting after us. So I won't repeat or discuss those details here. What we would like to focus on is the variance on depth because of its direct and adverse impact to our current enjoyment of our backyard space. In the original plan, the depth variance was massive at 4.55 meters, and we indicated in our objection letter that this would have multiple negative impacts on our everyday life. As the gentleman, the agent mentioned, we noticed that just this past Monday, they submitted revised plans on building depth only. Despite these updates, we believe that our original objections continue to apply. The revised depth is still by far the deepest depth out of any home on Waller and will extend past the back of our house by approximately 2.5 meters. So it's the next picture there, leaving a majority of our backyard in shade until afternoon and decreasing airflow throughout our yard and established gardens. Because the new house is only 4.45 meters away from the property line and considering the variance on its height, it will appear more imposing and will change the openness of our backyard and as such devalues our property. In addition to that, we would like to point out the difference in the way the building depth is measured in the revised plan versus the original plan. In the revised plan, we see that the building was moved up to align with the front of our porch, which is 2.1 meters from its position in the original plan. However, due to the different point of reference on the property line being used for measuring depth, west corner versus the east corner now, it would appear that the depth variance is now lowered by 2.76 meters. We are rightfully concerned by the change in the depth measurement because it appears to show a change in depth that is somehow improved more than it actually really has been and leads us to further question the final measurement of depth that highlights this variance, which is 18.79 meters as the agent mentioned. Regardless, the building depth still has their structure extended past the back of our house by approximately 2.5 meters and does not change the adverse impacts on us, as previously explained. Therefore, we strongly maintain our objection to this revised variance. According to the new plans, this also hasn't changed the fact that the 2 new homes will be the biggest houses on the smallest lots, which does not respect the prevailing characteristics of properties on Waller, south of Morningside. The area that they are constantly referring to is north of Morningside, and those frontages are way different. As homes that border the parks of Swansea and Rennie Parks, and within walking distance of High Park, Grenadier, and Catfish Ponds, we are hoping to preserve the current natural characteristic of our environmentally significant area. It has taken decades to establish and a big investment from the city and residents to develop and maintain this unique space in our booming city. I know this is the tail end of what must be a very long day for you all, so I wanted to end by thanking you for listening to our concerns and objectives.
Thank you very much. Panel, questions here?
Yes.
Go ahead.
How wide is your frontage?
Our frontage, we're one of the 2 smaller lots out of 7, so our frontage is
25 feet. It was built in 1972.
Yeah, so
7.65. Scroll. The question's for you.
How many meters?
How many meters?
25 feet. It's approximately, I would say, close to 8 meters.
And on Waller, there's 7 houses. We're only one of 2 homes that have that frontage. The rest are above 9.
I'm sorry, I missed which house is yours? What number?
Ours is 12 Waller Avenue, just to the west of 10 Waller. We're immediately adjoining that.
My question is that they have moved. In the beginning, you said that it sort of sticks out quite a lot at the back and into the backyard, and now they have moved it up. Quite a bit actually, right? From in the beginning it's 4.55 meter. Now it sticks out maybe less than at 2.76. How does it not make it better? You said that it won't make any difference?
It will still be approximately 2.55 meters beyond the back of our house.
But that's better though, right? Isn't it not?
It is. It has improved by that much, but also we noticed that the way they're measuring the depth has changed now. So we kind of question their numbers of 18.79 meters as the variant, because now in the original plan, they had a depth starting on the east corner of their lot, which is the street curves, so that shows a little bit longer. Now, they're measuring the depth from the west corner, which is a shorter.
No, I
Yes.
know that this is I'm so sure that it's taken in the right method according to this zoning bylaw. But what I'm trying to get at is there is some improvement by moving it.
There has, they've moved it, but it's still
You
beyond,
still
it's still
think that-
extending
yeah, it still
beyond.
affect you, that's what
Yes, it's
okay.
still impacting us because where it was very, very open, now there is a wall about 2.55 meters out.
And if I may add, it's still the only house that sticks into the back compared to all the other houses on Wall Street. Even with the new plan, it still sticks out of the back.
You're both aware that the bylaw does permit for 17 meters as of right.
As of right, yes, 17.
Yes, 17 meters building depth, yes, we are aware. Yes.
Okay.
And then they're beyond 1.79 meter. What proposed is above the 17 is by 1.79 meters.
Yes,
Yeah.
but however, as my wife said, we would question the way it was measured in the new drawings compared to the old drawings, because a different point of reference on the city property line that curves was taken in the new drawing, so it appeared that the improvement was actually 2.79 meters, I guess, 76, whereas the improvement is actually the width of our porch, which is 2.1 meters. So it's not really 2.76.
Okay. Any further questions, panel? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ted and Dean, please come up.
Can you go to page, but it's my appendix, further down, there's a map, a large map. That's not mine. No, that's my letter of concern, there's a letter of objection.
While we're finding that, good afternoon, and if you could state your name for the record, please, and your address.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ted Ending. I live at 4 Waller Avenue.
Okay.
Three
Same
homes.
side of the street. Okay.
Correspondence number 7.
We can wait until we get those.
Bit more, keep going. And flip that one again. And then I'll go back to the normal one. Thank you.
Okay, Ted, you'll have 5 minutes to present your concerns to the panel. And if that's the
Great.
the material you're looking for, let's go ahead.
Yeah, let's start with that one. Thank you very much for everybody here. I appreciate for you having this hearing for me. I live at 4 Waller Avenue, 3 homes to the east of the subject property. My wife and I object to the proposals we're looking at today, and for clarification, I had no notification from the developers, owners, or anybody involved with the proposals prior to their submission. I don't know if this is appropriate, but I'm gonna ask for a deferral. I have to apologize, this is a new system to me. I don't know how this works. I get a letter in the mail and I have 2 weeks to prepare my work. I have to change my vacations, I have to work, I have to talk to experts. And I adhere to the guidelines and the systems that were done, but then I hear through my neighbors that the builder and applicant has uploaded revised plans after the deadline, August 2nd. So I guess I'm asking why I wasn't informed by these revised plans by mail like the last time. I'm sure there's an answer to that. And I don't have the appropriate time then to relook at these plans and be prepared for this meeting. So in the interest of everybody's time, I respectfully ask that you grant the people who have the most at stake in this process the ability to respond properly to this matter. I don't know if that's the appropriate forum for that, but that's where I want to start. I don't want to lose any more time, so I'll go into my specific objections if that's what I should be doing.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, I agree with my neighbors.
Tell us the impact of.
Okay, I agree with my neighbors about the objections that they're going to submit. But specifically, one thing I wanted to do is that I believe that by granting the severance and the variances requested, you're setting a dangerous precedent for tree removal and that impacts the entire neighborhood. From the Toronto's official plan, Chapter 4, I'm sure you've heard this numerous times for land use designations, I feel that this proposal does not meet the prevailing characteristics, and specifically Section G, prevailing patterns of rear and side yard setbacks and landscaped open space, and H, continuation of special landscape patterns of built form features that contribute to the unique physical character of the geographic neighborhood. Can we go to page, let's leave it here. So if you're taking a look at, if you can leave it on that map. Now, if you take a look at this map, this is a map from the city of Toronto of the tree canopy in the area, and the red circle is 10 Waller. So if you notice, 10 Waller Avenue plays a part in the neighborhood's prevailing abundance of, simply put, green, something that really attracted my wife and I to the area. We're really lucky to be in this part of the city that has so much green space. And from the developers and arborist reports, they cite 10 trees, 4 that will have to be removed, 4 injured, and 2 preserved. So to me, this represents a significant, irreversible negative impact to the existing tree canopy in the area. If we can go to, page 22 of the arborist report, it's the end of my thing. Specifically, if you approve this proposal as is, there's a magnificent Norway spruce, so at the back of theirs, at the last page of theirs, they'll have to be removed. The arborist report listed as good in overall condition, and with a 59 centimeter diameter, it's absolutely majestic. This tree is huge. It's healthy, unique, it towers over the swampy hill, it provides excellent soil and erosion mitigation and stabilization. It's a valuable habitat. It's also a valuable year-round windbreak that deciduous trees cannot provide. And it's a very sandy area. I've had a large Manitoba maple in my backyard fall down, and these type of trees really provide a really good protection. It's irreplaceable. You remove it, and replacing it by 3 small trees, you don't get the kind of benefit that you have sitting in front of you. as I start wrapping this up, and you can tell this is all new to me, and I apologize if I'm nervous, there's some really erroneous errors in the arborist report. Looking at this image here, they call this tree number 10. And this looks like a spruce or a pine, even if you don't know it. It's definitely an evergreen tree. If you go to page 11 on their report, if you go up, please, there's a chart there, and they call it a Norway spruce. So on their listing of all the trees that are there, on page 11 of theirs, the bottom there's a Norway spruce. But if you go to page 3, 5, or 8, but let's go to 3, all of a sudden they're calling it a Norway maple, and that's wrong. The error of magnitude is deeply troubling and honestly downright sloppy. I'm very surprised that it's been mislabeled like this.
I'm going to have to ask you to make your final comments now, please.
Well, if you can't trust this report, I don't know how you can trust the rest of the reports that have been submitted to this committee for this application.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Panel members, questions here for this neighbor? I'm not hearing any. Thank you.
Yes, yes.
We have a question here.
Yes. Do you have some expertise in
Yes,
trees,
I
et
grew up
cetera?
on trees.
Yeah.
Yeah, I grew up on a tree farm, nursery farm, and worked in the business till I was about 25.
You
I also
sounded like
beg your pardon?
You sound like you
Oh,
have expertise.
thank you. I'm sorry. Once again, I want to apologize to everybody. I understand this is not a procedure that I am familiar with.
No, but.
Thank you. And I also
It's-
consulted two arborists about this. I know the city has rules about this, but
Yeah, but I know that, I mean, we had a Norway maple in our property, it's a nightmare. Whereas I assume a Norway spruce is a whole different kettle of fish.
yes, in my opinion, and much of the reports I put forward to in my objection letter.
Can you, for the sake of those of us who are not arborists, the difference between the desirability of a Norway maple versus a Norway spruce, how does it boil down?
A Norway maple, and you should consult your forestry department, but basically it's not nearly as valuable right now. There's a lot of problems with them. I have a few on my property that are twisting, and basically they have a shorter lifespan. Also, they're not a year-round windbreak, like I mentioned before. The Norway spruce, very hardy. They're some of the longest living species in the world. They're believed, if you look it up, it's around the world. They're very hardy, crazy conditions from way up in the Arctic to down here. So it's a much more different tree. And also there aren't that many in the prevailing area. So I've had trees blown down in my area. I see a big windbreak like that. And from my background, as somebody who worked on a tree farm that had windbreaks, they weren't spruce, they were actually Austrian pines. And they were done for exactly that, soil erosion and protection of weaker species. So I see it as a better value, but I would defer to the forestry department to have a look and confirm my.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Paula Gadet, you have been unmuted.
Hi, everyone.
Good
Thank you
afternoon.
for, can you hear me okay?
We hear you very well. We'll ask you to begin by stating your name, please.
Oh, sorry. My name is Paula Gadet. I live at 27 Lavinia Avenue. Yeah.
Tell us about the impact of this proposal.
Yeah.
As you read it.
So thanks so much for allowing me to speak. I have lived in the area for about 23 years on Lavinia, and one of the things that attracted us, just similar to what a number of my colleagues have presented, is that we have really fell in love with the openness, the greenness, the canopy, the fact that our area is less congested and less dense. And my concern about this application, if it's approved, is that it does set a precedent moving forward for all the other properties in our neighborhood. So I have a number of elderly people, that particularly on Lavinia, who in the next 5 to 10 years will likely not will be selling their property. And what this will do is, with this application being approved, it will set the precedent and it will become the norm. And so what I can expect is likely a builder building and following these guidelines or following these plans and building beside me, and all of the other comments that my colleagues have suggested will also negatively impact myself and my neighbors directly. And I think the key here is that this is not a gentle change. These changes are significant and major versus the bylaw. And I think the challenge becomes, where's the end game? If you allow this to go through, the neighborhood will be significantly changed. And the other comment that I wanted to bring forward is just in reference, the planner mentioned about the parking. The Waller is directly across from an elementary school. There's about 1,000 children that go to that school, and the majority of the children go there either walk or their parents drive them. During school hours, it's a very, very busy street, both Lavinia and Waller. In fact, just in the last year, they actually added a sign where you, from Lavinia, between the hours of 8 to 9 and 3 to 4, you cannot turn right. So the traffic flow will actually, as you're going down Lavinia, has to go to the left, which is along the street that this lot currently resides. What we can expect with a severed lot is the addition of at least 2 to 3 cars potentially at these dwellings. It'll add to the congestion in the area significantly. We often get an overflow of traffic during the beginning and the end of school as parents go to pick up their children, and we've often had our driveway blocked. I think the other key, going back to precedent, is if this is allowed with the wide lot, we can expect another lot that becomes open up for sale and it's wider and it's severed. We can start to see a pattern here where we're going to be seeing a much more dense street with more cars and congestion in an area that really can't absorb that.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Thank you. Panel members, questions for speaker? No. Thank you very much, moderator.
Nicholas Singh, you have been unmuted. Hi, Nick Singh, are you there?
Hey, yes, I'm here.
Go ahead. If you would state your name, please. You're with the
My
panel
name's
now.
Nick Singh, and I'm representing the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association. Up on screen, could I please get our letter of objection?
Just hang on a second, we'll pull it up.
Okay, yeah, page 10. No, this is the one, it's letter of objection to COA, Salitino Wu is the one you're looking for. Yeah, that looks like it. Okay. All right. I realized my letter was quite dense and there was a lot to get through. Apologize for that, but here are the main points. The official plan is very prescriptive regarding how the physical character of an area is determined, and the applicant's justification letter gets the immediate context right, but it misses completely on the broader context. Here we're looking at the city map showing the different zoning for the areas around the subject property. And the only ones that matches really are in the immediate context. All the other properties zoned for frontages of 9 meters are much further away. And also the topography is quite different than the other areas within Swansea. So you've got the hill, you've got the parkland, you've got the school. Now, the official plan requires delineation of the broader and immediate context to consider the zoning, lot considerations, building features, landscape, etc. But these matters are never given the examination required by the applicant's justification letter in delineating the broader neighborhood. It simply isn't there. The result is that we only have an immediate context that we agree on. we can go to the last page of the applicant's justification letter. Now, Mr. Bill Roberts will go into the TLAB decisions for 160 Teddington and detail for you why the immediate context is the correct context for the evaluation of this application. Could you blow up the little pink outline that's on the on this map? This is the immediate context that the applicant's planner, no, we're looking at, yes, there we are, yeah, thank you. Yeah, so we're looking at the applicant's planner chosen immediate context, and we agree with it except for 10 Waller, which is shown here as already severed into smaller lots. Obviously, this is not the correct context. If we do the count for the current context for lots over and under 9 meters, we see that it is 4-2 for frontages over 9 meters. So the prevailing character is clearly in favor of frontages of 9 meters or more. After the severance, the ratio changes to 3-4 in favor of frontages under 9 meters. And that's what you see in the statistics chart. It is not a representation of the current situation. So as you can see, the effect of severing the property is to significantly change the physical characteristic of the immediate context from a dominant 4-2 ratio to being outnumbered 3-4 in favor of properties with frontages less than 9 meters. This is directly opposed to the intent and purpose of the official plan. Now, the severance is governed by the Planning Act 5124C, requiring conformity with the official plan. And clearly, this application does not conform. And so we believe that the application for severance fails. Now, even if we were to look at the entire block of the 34 buildings, if you'd like to zoom out a little bit, you can see that. We'll see that the count is 21-13 in favor of properties over 9 meters. So looking at this context, the severance doesn't overturn the physical character, but it does show that the proposal does not support or reinforce the prevailing character of this part of the neighborhood. And as such, it still fails the test of the official plan and the Planning Act. In addition, the Planning Act requires consideration for the following. F, dimensions and shapes of the proposed lots. As discussed, this lot is not a fit for the neighborhood. The applicant's statistics chart for the immediate context makes this case, if you have a look. However, the numbers shown once again include the proposed severance. So the current count is one lot below the 273.42 square meters versus 5 properties that are above. So clearly this proposal does not meet.
I'll ask you to make your final
Planning Act.
comment now, please.
Okay, we can see the numbers for the area. They take into account properties that are very different and unconnected to the immediate context in different zones, and that shouldn't be made a consideration.
Thank you. Your time is up. Your
Okay,
time is
well,
up.
the established grade is also incorrect as proposed on the plans.
Excuse me. Excuse me, Speaker, your time is up now. So I'm going to check with my colleagues if there are any questions for you. And I'll ask staff, if you would zoom back into where we just were, on the little pink area, that was helpful. Just so, if you could just leave it there for a minute or two. And go ahead, first question, Ms. Cheng.
Yes, for this speaker, please help me because I guess I missed some details here. Just in a rough sense, the blue, that's the colors, the blue color, does it represent lots that are wider than 9 meter, and the yellow ones are narrower than 9 meter? Is that on the green, what, in between? I just want to know
No.
the color scheme of this in a quick, yeah.
Yes, what the applicant has done is divided up into a number of categories so that the yellow is below 7.67.
Yes.
The sort of green, the green is below 9 meters, but above 6.7, and the blue is above. So what we've got is just a look at what the properties are. However, number 10, as you see there, is incorrectly marked because that is assuming that the property is already divided.
I agree with you on that. But as I look at this, I can't help but notice that if you go to the back fence of the existing number 10, if you go to the back fence there and look at what happens at the back fence of those back ends of the properties on Morningside, there are two properties on Morningside of similar width to those that the applicant is proposing on Waller.
Sure, but if you look at the whole neighborhood, you see that even those properties, when you include them, they still do not make up the prevailing character. The prevailing character of the neighborhood is over 9 meters. And again, for this context, if you take a look at the immediate context, if you allow this to take place, you will change the immediate context, which is again contrary to the official plan.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant, panel members? Okay. Thank you very much. Moderator?
Veronica Wynn, you have been unmuted.
Okay, thank you very much. I just, my name is Veronica Wynn, and I am.
Mr. Chair,
Pardon?
I just want to ask a question here. This Veronica Wynn is from the Ratepayers Association.
Okay.
Mr. Singh is from the Ratepayers Association. I thought we would have one speaker per either dwelling unit or one speaker per organization, but I don't think we should have two.
I'm okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Granitstein. Veronica, let me just check with you because Mr. Granitstein is absolutely right. Are you speaking now representing the same Swansea area ratepayers?
No, I actually submitted an application to speak on my own behalf as
Okay,
a
let me stop you and ask you, where is 35 Ormskirk in respect?
It's at the end of, it's beside Windermere, just south of Waller.
So it would be a distance of about how far from the subject property?
I haven't a clue, you know. Anyway,
okay.
So the thing is, I can be representative of either. I am the president of the Swansea Area Ratepayers, but I was told that that I had to ask your permission if I wanted to have my full 5 minutes. If you give me my full 5 minutes, I'll go as the Swansea Ratepayers. But if you won't give me your 5 minutes, I have to go as Veronica Wynn, citizen.
Well, Veronica, you can see the issue. We've been hearing from people here next door on both sides, up and down this very short street. We've had the Swansea ratepayers express their interest through Mr. Singh. So in the interest of time, I'm sorry. I view you as a member of the Swansea ratepayers representing that group, and I am going to pass along to the next speaker. We've already heard from Swansea, and very forcefully Mr. Singh expressed his concerns and the rationale behind them. The most I could do would be to allow you 3 minutes. Is Ms. Wynn still with us?
I am still with you.
Okay. I'm going to allow you 3 minutes, and
okay.
I'm listening to you as Veronica Wynn speaking on your own behalf.
Yeah, well, it's actually on behalf of the neighbours, in conjunction with the neighbours.
Which neighbours?
Well, the ones that, from Waller. I've been working with them, so
okay, go ahead.
And I've given them help.
Go
ahead. Let's not get too technical.
Okay, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted you to post the 3 documents. I just want the plans for July the 11th and also the arborist report that was suggested by Mr. Endine. And so what I had put in, I had put it, a request for a deferral But I was told that this wasn't appropriate, and it was changed to a letter of objection. So the development application applicant submitted changes in documents for 10A and 10B of the severed lots after the deadline of August the 1st, leaving the community without the ability to respond to the changes made by the applicant. The city planners and councillors have to put a stop to this negative strategy by the applicants, which puts their constituents and neighbourhoods at a disadvantage in the light of the third-party right of appeal. So the documents included the zoning waivers, superseded notice, and new site plan, all of which were not reviewed by city planners. And so if you, a big concern is for the neighbourhood is the cutting down of that Norway spruce, but also the setback on the plan. Now, there's also lots of ambiguities, and the reasons why this should be deferred is that there's no rationale for no benefit to reduce to moving it forward to the 18.79. But what we would like it to know, because we would like to know if the whole property was moved from like the 17 meters, if the whole building was moved to the front yard setback, would that we would like to know, would that benefit and lived the Norway spruce still standing. But unfortunately, we did not get any measurements. There's no measurements on that.
I shall ask you now to make your summary.
Yeah, so I was saying we asked the deferral so that we could have a more definitive plan on how these changes could be of benefit and could be discussed by the community.
Thank you very much. Panel members, are there any questions for the speaker? Moderator, do we have further speakers registered who have yet to speak?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, we have William Roberts on standby.
Let's have him join us.
William Roberts, you have been unmuted.
Thank you. I'm a longtime resident of Swansea. I've been active in the community.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts, I'm going to have to ask you, have to give me your address, please, because you're not showing an address on your registration.
Okay, 63 South Kingsway.
And how far is that from the subject property?
It's quite far away, but according to the Planning Act, that does not limit the people to speak.
But it does. It's of interest to the panel as we
I understand
trying
that,
to weigh
but
this.
given I saw the jurisdictional issue coming up, I'm going to raise the point.
Through you, Mr. Chair, William, are you not part of the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association? And Nicholas Singh has just provided a 5-minute presentation on the concerns from the area residents.
I'm a member of the Swansea Area Ratepayers,
Yes.
but I did not file as a member of the Swansea Area Ratepayers. I filed as a resident. So if you have 500 people living in a community and one person speaks for the ratepayers, all 500 people are therefore excluded. The neighbors may
Through
be
you,
members
Mr.
of the
Chair,
ratepayers.
through you, Mr. Chair, you have submitted responses which the members have reviewed, and the same rule applies with households. It's one person per household, or each person shares the allotted 5 minutes.
Exactly. So, Mr. Roberts,
Okay, if you
Mr.
guys
Roberts.
represent-
Okay, I'm not going to argue with you, and I don't mean to lessen what you might say, but we are at this stage. I am going to at this stage to disallow you from speaking, and because we have heard clearly now from 2 members of Swansea Ratepayers, very clearly about their concerns. So let's go now to the applicant, who will have a
Sorry,
chance.
Mr. Chair, before we get to the applicant, I just want to make it very clear that there were 1, 2, 3, 4 other registered speakers to speak in opposition. However, we did make multiple attempts to connect them.
Very good.
And yeah, we weren't able to, okay?
Very good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. So we shall ask now the applicant to return to the mic. The applicant will have 5 minutes to speak in rebuttal to only issues that were raised by the speakers. And as we've all heard, there are quite a number. So applicants, you have 5 minutes to speak to the panel now to go ahead and do your rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the community members that gave comments. I hope to address them all. Now, in terms of the first speaker at 8 Waller, I just want to point out that regarding height, the established grade is taking into account the grading difference between the properties. And you'll note if you view the elevation drawings, the established grade is significantly underneath the finished grade. As a result, most of the dwelling will have an apparent height, that is the height from the ground up to the top, less than 10 meters, especially when you consider that most of the dwelling's third story is stepped back from the front and rear main wall. And it is definitely not what I'd consider a solid wall, giving that step back. In terms of its distance to the property, there were a few other members who mentioned that. We're not seeking a variance for the side yard setback. That is something that is as of right that we're seeking. In terms of the concerns about tree removal, I'll just note that regardless of the decision here today, urban forestry will have the right to either refuse or approve any permits to injure or remove any of the protected by law trees. In my view, there are reasons to remove a protected by law tree. The first one is quite obviously if it's not healthy or poses some sort of risk to safety. That isn't the case here, but I believe the second case is, and that is where the tree is within the as-of-right developable envelope. And I believe that is the case for all of the bylaw protected trees here. I'll note on the arborist report that a replacement tree is proposed in the front yard. There isn't a tree currently in the front yard, so that should add existing tree canopy where there is not. Now, in terms of the concerns brought up by 12 Waller, I'll just quickly note that I'm not sure I'm aware of the discrepancy they were talking about. The variance for depth is based on the required front yard setback, and that does change based on not just 12 Waller, but the adjacent building that we're also proposing. So I believe that's where the discrepancy is, but regardless, I would stand behind the variance that we're requesting. I did also want to point out that that 12 Waller was approved at this committee in April for a house of approximately 230 square meters. I found it odd that wasn't included in the presentation. Now, in terms of the notes from the Ratepayers Association, I'll quickly speak to the immediate and geographic area that we proposed. Firstly, I'll note that zoning is not the only characteristic. There are quite a few, including the prevailing dwelling type, as well as natural boundaries. And I would stand behind the geographic neighborhood that we have provided at the end of the justification report. Regardless, the immediate context is never the only context. Well, there are policies that require you to, in some instances, take precedence to the immediate context where there's significant difference. I'll point out that one, I don't believe there is significant difference between the immediate context in terms of the general building types and in terms of the zoning, and nor would I agree that 6 or 5 lots, not including the subject property, make up a accurate representation of the neighborhood. In a case like this, it is exactly the reason why you need to look beyond just the very prescriptive definition of immediate context to allow you to appropriately develop intensification that's consistent with what is existing in the area. I'll end by just noting this is an application with clear public benefit to provide a new housing unit in one where there is currently only one. I'll note that the zoning of this existing lot is U2 zoning, which means 2 units are permitted as of right. So any concerns about congestion or parking.
I'll need you to make your final comment now, please.
Absolutely, would be considered as of right. And I believe that addresses the majority of the concerns.
Thank you for that. Panel members, your opportunity now to address questions to the applicant. Mr. Granitstein.
Yes, sir. I agree for the most part with you. I believe that the concerns may be a little overstated. Some of the things that they're concerned about are as of right, of course. You know, the opponents don't necessarily understand that or realize what are or are not as of right. I don't think when you can build 17 meters depth and you're at 18.79 as pointed out by Ms. Chen, it's 1.79 meters, not terribly significant. And looking at the picture of the property, at, I think it was 12, most of that is that 1.79 meters would be taken up with something that doesn't look like it was used for a deck or anything like that. The one thing that impressed me as to what is going to be lost is this Norway spruce, but of course you say that's as of right. I understand that, but I don't know the gentleman's name, but the person who spoke about trees suggested that if you get 3 small trees, which as a replacement tree is not gonna replace that tree. So I would urge you to speak to your client to try and spend a little more money, I suppose, and get a more substantial tree for the property.
I'm sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, was there a question or is the?
No, I'm just comment.
Thank you.
I have something I just wanted to clarify with you and make sure I have it right. Your statement was that the 2 lots that are created by the severance, although they are somewhat shorter than what is required, but the 9 is, and they're 7.65, but their actual area is compliant.
That is correct.
Okay, that's important. And yeah, okay, and you're not asking, and again, you pointed this out, but it's important. You're not asking for side yard setbacks, and you're not asking, as far as I can see, for front or rear yard setbacks.
That is correct. There are no setback variances.
Because I heard a number of times discussion of setbacks, and in fact, you're not asking for any setback variances. Okay. Any other questions, panel? Okay, there being no further questions, at this stage, the panel will, what we call, take the application into committee, which means we're going to have an open discussion here. I'll ask the applicant to vacate that position, and the panel is going to have an open discussion in committee on the application and move toward a decision on it. So when we are in committee, we would ask for quiet in the room. Panel members, anyone want to go first? Go ahead, Mr. Byatt.
Sure, thank you, Chair. I'd just like to make some comments and observations, and I'll take them in stages. The first piece is the severance issue. I think as far as the lot width is concerned, this is not unusual in this city, as we see a lot of larger lots, or lots that can be severed within reason. So this is not unusual in the city. I also am reminded when I looked at the diagrams that showed the variety of lots in multiple colors, this entire city has been severed at some point. Properties were not the properties we see today. 100 years ago, Toronto's property sizes were very different. They've all been severed at some level, at some point. And it's a function of growing population, growing demand, change. So from the perspective of Severance, I have no difficulty in approving this request. Coming back to the two parts, I forget what I think 36B and 36C. We have before us 4 variances. And if one looks at those 4 variances, none of them are excessive. In fact, if anything, the first thing that did catch my eye with the original request was the depth. But that's been pulled back, and as you were saying earlier, the requested depth beyond the 17 is actually really, really minor compared to what we see other requests in the city. So again, from looking at both 36B and 36C, I do not see anything that prevents me from saying I think these are acceptable applications. This acceptable application is a total package.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Chen, any comments?
I actually echo a lot of what Sia just said, but then I'm more like immediate when I look at the diagram with different colors. I'm a very visual person. When I
Could you
look
bring
at
that diagram back up, which had the different
Yeah.
lots in blue and yellow, blue, yellow, and green?
My feeling is that there are a lot more yellow and green than blue. And don't forget to also the blue is indicating wider lots. So that means that there are fewer lots, even though they may occupy more area of color, but there are fewer lots. So that logic, I think that I agree with the applicant's analysis. Actually, the majority of the lot configuration, the proposal is inconsistent with that, and even in the immediate neighborhood. And if you go to the larger neighborhood, you see the whole, look at this on the right, almost the whole block, I mean, this consists of yellow and green, which is smaller than the blue. So that's, and also the area of the surfing lot is actually in compliance. It's not a smaller lot. So the surface, I'm okay with that analysis. In terms of the variances, I agree also. When you really look at just the variances, I do not see any side yard setback variance or front yard or back rear yard. It means that the massing fit the lot size. And there's a little height variance, and there's also the depth. The depth is not the length. So it means that the length of the building is a lot less than 17 anyway. So I do not see this will create a negative impact in the neighborhood. Yeah. So I'm in support of the application.
Thank you. Mr. Granstein, do you care to comment at all?
I think of that.
Yeah. And if you zoom back in, I was going to ask you to zoom back in there. Zoom back into that little pink area down the bottom middle. That's good. I share the comments of my colleagues on this, in fact, as I've listened to the submissions written and oral, those in person, those on the phone. As I look at this here, coming into the immediate context of the property, and there's been a lot of talk about that, the current number 10, if you go to the back fence, those two properties on Morningside basically mirror what is proposed for the existing lot, currently number 10. So I found that quite compelling, actually. So I would be, I'm okay with the severance, and there are no sidebacks, front or rear or side yard setbacks requested. The lots are of compliant area, even though the frontages, as we see, are deficient somewhat. So that's my comment. Is anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Byatt, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if one would like to have all three pieces altogether?
We can deal with one, we deal with one, yeah.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, we'll deal with all three applications and include all conditions that are necessary.
Thank you. I'd like to move approval of the applications, I suppose, in front of us for 10 Waller for the severance piece, and 10 Waller Part 1 and 10 Waller Part 2. Engineering conditions apply, as well as forestry 1 and 2 for both Part 1 and Part 2 respectively.
I think it's, my notes says
B and
2
C.
and 3.
Sorry, 2 and 3.
Yeah, B and C, yeah.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Chair, just to clarify then, Part 1 and Part 2 will have urban forestry number 2 and number 3 for each part, as well as the conditions from engineering construction services for the minor variances, and then the engineering construction conditions for the consent, as well as standard consent conditions.
Correct.
I'm sorry,
But the-
I
but
thought the
the-
forestry applies to what we call here B and C, not to 1 and.
Yes,
Bring it-
no, it is Part 1 and Part 2, or
Okay.
Part B and Part C, but it's
but-
to the parts, the minor variances.
But the Part 1 and Part 2 are amended as we have
As
to have it
amended,
as amended.
yes, as amended, the whole
I
application.
beg your
Right.
pardon.
Yeah.
We are dealing with an amended application, yes. Is there a second to Mr. Byatt's? It is seconded by Ms. Chang. Okay. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve the consent plus the 2 associated minor variance applications in one vote, to approve those. All those in favor, please, show of hands. And that is a unanimous vote to carry the motion and thereby to approve the 3 applications. So, thank you, panel. Thank you, all presenters. And we'll move on now to, well, we're going to circle back to number 33, if the moderator has the agent on that one online. Is the agent standing by, moderator?
Fadanak, you have been unmuted.
Yes.
Okay, well, good afternoon. So panel, we're circling back here to 33.
Thank you so much for having me.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay, so
Just 1 second, and okay. And so on number 33, we do not have any speakers registered to speak. Okay. So panel members, any questions for this agent?
Perhaps I'll just begin, Chair. When looking at this particular application, I was taken aback by, of course, the request to reduce, which is the only variance you have before us, is a reduction of a fairly substantial reduction of soft landscaping in the interest of parking your car. You already have a driveway. All you want to do, from what I can see in your site plan, is to widen the driveway at the bottom, so that presumably, if you want to move one vehicle, you don't have to move the other one to get out. Is that really the reason for this request?
there are 2-3 reasons. The first of all, this trapezoid shape wasn't very pleasant. Second, it's not safe driving there, especially at the entrance. It's 2.78 meters, and a car that the owner has is a big car. So they wanted more conveniency, but that's the reason they wanted to make it wider, make it a rectangular shape and make it wider for the safe driving. And because of that, unfortunately, we tried our best in our office to meet the bylaws for the soft landscaping, and that is the minimum hard landscaping. As you guys see, we just kept in our site plan just for the entrance, and with the minimum we reached to the point of 56%, 56.2%, which according to the bylaws, it's 75%.
Can you just indicate to me what the current percentage of soft landscape there is? And of course, you're requesting, I think it's 50-something.
Yes.
What's the current soft landscaping that you have, the existing?
I have to calculate it. Just a minute. Let me just. The soft landscaping right now is 69.2. Even right.
69.2.
Yes, even right now is a little bit less than, as far as I see in our table in the site plan. It's a little bit less than that. So that's not a huge move from 69.2. It has to go to 56.2.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, panel, any further questions? Not hearing any. I think we can take this application into committee for movement toward a motion.
I can start, go.
Go ahead.
Okay, my comment is that I cannot support this application. The reason is that I found out that the existing soft landscaping is actually being reduced, and they have a big area in the front. If they're going to rework it, I thought that's a lot of opportunity to meet the soft landscaping requirement. It's not necessary to have more further reduction. That's my opinion, and my belief too, because there are a lot of property does not have this large front area to drive safely. I'm not too sure how that too will be related. It's more space to park your car, that's true. But so I cannot support this.
I understand, and I was concerned about the soft landscaping too, for similar reasons, yeah. I thought it could be improved. So I understand. Any other comments along that line?
I agree with Ms. Chan, because we're constantly trying to improve soft landscaping, not decrease it.
Exactly.
And I think this is a little unacceptable.
Yeah.
For me. I can't support this particular application as it stands.
Okay, Mr. Granstein, yeah?
All right, I think that we have to take into consideration the fact that the applicant is saying, in order to, for their safety with respect to traffic, et cetera, and Forest Hill Road, I think, is a pretty busy street, and it curves, et cetera, so it may sometimes be difficult to see cars coming. So I think you have to weigh that against the reduction of the soft landscaping. I think we should ask the applicant if there's any opportunity to increase the soft landscaping in some other part of the front yard in order to get this up, to a more acceptable level.
Well, we could do that, then we'd have to come back out of our committee, and so we'll come out of committee. Applicant, there's quite a, let me just, you're probably aware of this, but it needs to be said, the Committee of Adjustment places a sharp focus on soft landscaping these days. The feeling is that each property must do its full part in absorbing its share of stormwater from rainfall. The reason is because the trend in the city is in the opposite direction. The amount of soft landscaping is generally decreasing per lot rather than increasing or staying the same. So it's a serious issue. Convenience is often cited as the reason for doing it, but convenience of one kind or another. But I think the panel would look favorably upon an improvement. We're not saying you have to get to a full 75, but if you could improve it up to 65, then you might have a more sympathetic panel.
Yeah, for sure. And one more solution I can offer, if The concern is about rainwater absorbance and not about green plants in the outside. So maybe we can work on the permeable walkaway. So if we go that way, we're not going to have issues with rainwater absorbance by the soil. So the two options are on the desk. So whatever the honor committee members are agreed, we can work on it and send the new site plan.
Okay. You know, and then it could even involve both ways forward. But can you get that up to 65%?
65%, I don't think it's possible, but maybe 61 is possible by narrowing the walkway to reach the point. And these are just the numbers for now. I have to work in the office tomorrow morning and send the possibilities.
So did you want a deferral?
Yes, please. I would really appreciate it.
Do we have to defer, or could we not? You could elect to change your percentage on that one variance to 61, and then
Yeah.
submit a revised site plan.
Yes. If we can go that way, that'd be much, much better.
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, he can't submit a revised site plan because then the committee doesn't have any way of
Right.
checking that, right? It's not before us today. So I don't know if maybe you want to stand this item down. We'll deal with the others and then come
Sure.
back to this one because we
Okay.
still have.
Okay, applicant, that's what we'll do. We're going to give you some time. You probably you'll have a full 45 minutes. We're going to come back to you as the very last item. In the meantime, you can look at your options of improving that soft landscaping, and we shall return to you. So we're going to set this number 33 to the side once again, and we'll come back to you. Meanwhile, the panel will carry on with number 37. Number 37 is 18 to 20, Austin Terrace. Committee has before it copied draft plan of survey, all the materials submitted at the time of application, 6 photographs of the property from April. We have a cover letter from April from the agent. There's a planning consultant letter from August the 2nd, Galbraith and Associates. We have comment from City Planning, and we have a staff report from Engineering and Construction Services. There is correspondence in support from 14 to 16 Austin Terrace, also from 22A, 22, 17, 22A and 22 Austin Terrace, and 19 Castleview. Let's have the applicant or the agent join us, please.
Good evening, Sean Galbraith, planner here on behalf of the application.
Very good. Okay. And we have no one registered to speak in opposition. So panel members, are there any questions for the agent? Anyone like a presentation? Mr. Granitstein, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Galbraith, this looks like a technical severance for purposes of ownership or whatever.
That's basically correct. It would, if the properties had originally ever been severed, this would be a technical one, but this is the first time this property has actually been split into two in 100 years. But the effect of it is effectively the same.
Yeah, nothing's changing on the ground.
Correct. No development is proposed at this time.
Okay, then panel, we can take it into,
Oh,
do you have a
one-
question?
One quick question. So are you still subject to the so-called the standard severance conditions, like new numbering and all that kind of engineering conditions?
I would presume the standard consent conditions, the clearing taxes and registering the draft plan and those things would apply.
Okay.
So is the intention, are these I don't quite understand. One of the first cases I had when I was a young lawyer 1,000 years ago was you can't have two houses on one lot. This looks like two houses on one lot, and now you're making it two lots with a house each.
It's interesting that, so the definition of a semi-detached dwelling is basically one building with two units. It doesn't actually require them to be on two different lots. Most of them are, but there are examples. The next door, 1416, was the same, and they were severed earlier this year. But yeah, there are still some of these older examples where you have a pair of semis on one lot.
Okay, one ownership?
For now, yes.
Yeah, okay.
This would certainly facilitate conveyance in the future should they want, but for now it's just one ownership.
So it's always been one ownership, I assume?
Correct. Correct. That's, yeah, going back 100 years.
Yeah, okay.
Very good. Go ahead, Mr. Granstein.
Okay, I move to approve the application for 7.
Very good. Is there a second? It is seconded. Ms. Chen, all those in favor, please, show of hands.
So are we putting the standard conditions or?
Yeah, engineering conditions
Thank you.
apply. Thanks.
Engineering conditions to apply. And that vote is unanimous to carry the motion. The application to sever is approved. Okay. Number 38, 37 to 41 Winchester. And on this application we have before us draft plan of survey, other plans, site statistics from the agent, May 11, cover letter, May 11, presentation materials, August 1st. There's correspondence from City Planning and Heritage Preservation Services. There is a staff report from Engineering and Construction. Agent, please join us by stating your name.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Before we get to the agent, there is someone here that would
Oh.
just like to ask some questions
Yeah, of the agent.
of the agent. So we'll get the agent on the line, and then we'll have you come up to the podium. We'll turn on your microphone.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, just we'll have the agent join us, and then we'll be all set. So, agent, please join us.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's David Nelligan. I'm a solicitor here on behalf of the Toronto Community Housing Corporation.
Good afternoon. Okay, Mr. Nelligan, we do have a member of the public here who has some questions to put to you. I think we'll begin with that. Why don't you go ahead and
yeah.
first of all, state your name for us, please, and your
My
address.
name is Carol Marshall, and I live at 37 Winchester Street, Unit 2.
Thank you. You may address your question.
Okay, I'm just really curious where this pedestrian easement's gonna be. Because I've been living at this residence for 26 years, and when I first got there, there was a pathway right next to my house that was public. People used to just walk through there all the time. There was no gate or anything. And it was, I didn't even want to sit on my front porch, like, because you never knew who was coming through there. And this is my fear, because we fought for that gate. We fought for, you know, to have it more private. And that also affects the lady next door, and they're homeowners, you know. So I want to know where this pedestrian easement is. I think, like, the parking is all going to be behind us. That's
Let's
what I
find out from
gather.
let's find out.
Yeah, that's my question.
Thank you, and I'm very happy to answer that question. And if I may just turn to the presentation material that I filed, I think that will help answer that. And if you can just scroll to the final slide, which shows the R plan, and we've shaded it here. So 37 Winchester and actually 37 to 39 Winchester, or to 41 Winchester, are the parts shaded in yellow, and that's part 1 and part 2 on this plan.
Right.
And the Parliament Street properties are the parts shaded in green, and that's part 3. And you'll see there's a little part 4 at the back of the Winchester properties and the Parliament properties that's also shaded in green. And that is at the end of Ishbel Lane. Ishbel Lane was once part of these properties, but was dedicated to the city as a public laneway many, many years ago. Part 4, but the laneway ends where part 4 begins, where that mouse is being circled there. The easement that's part of this application is over part 4, and that's to allow vehicles and pedestrians to access the parking area behind 37 to 41 Winchester. It does not connect to Winchester. It goes to the back of the properties.
Okay, so that's basically, I guess, beside where the liquor store is there, so
So the liquor store is on Parliament,
Right.
and the sort of the on the right side of that plan, just above the green shading, there's an existing alleyway there, and then the liquor store is that one-story brick building. And so that is owned by the LCBO and not part of this application, but that is the existing laneway that also gets back to the back of the property. And you can see that part 2, which is part of the yellow shaded area there being circled, that has an existing easement to allow pedestrian access across there as well.
So that's not, is that not beside 37 though?
Yeah, 37 is would be at the top of the plan. And you can see the parking area behind it is indicated on that plan. It may be easy to go to the aerial view as well, which is the second page of the presentation.
Yeah, that's a lot easier.
Okay, so 37 is on Winchester Street at the very top of the area encased with that red line.
Right.
And the parking area is to the back. And you can see that there's the existing laneway beside the LCBO, which connects back there. And then the proposed easement is on that little part of the red that juts out at the end of Ishbel Lane, which is what connects to Aberdeen Avenue.
I was just going to say that's Aberdeen, yeah.
That's right. So Aberdeen, to access the parking for 37 to 41 Winchester, you would need to come off of Aberdeen and up Ishbel Lane, which is the public laneway. And then part 4 will now have an easement to allow vehicles to access the parking behind 37 to 41.
Okay, that's fine. That answers my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Okay. All right then. Panel members, any questions from you for the agent?
Yeah, Chair.
Yes, go ahead, please.
I just want to ask, so is it Nelligan, Mr. Nelligan?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. I assume that the woman questioning you was satisfied that she's not going to have a horde of people walking by her veranda, and that this really isn't going to change much of what's been going on the ground.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's absolutely nothing being changed through this application. This is an application simply to allow for the conveyance of these properties from the Toronto Community Housing Corporation to the nonprofit community housing organizations that will be running these from now on. There's no development changing. The reason for the easement is simply because the properties are no longer one. With the properties as one unit or as one property, there would be no reason for that easement.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Very good. Let's take this application into committee for a motion. Mr. Byatt, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. This is another one of those severance issues that is very technical. And there's absolutely nothing in it that I can see that deters me from moving a motion to approve.
Very good, thank you.
Subject to the engineering conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Grantstein.
I second the motion.
Moved and seconded to approve, subject to engineering. Those in favor, show of hands, please. Thank you. Motion carries. The application is so approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now at this stage, it's been a couple of hours since our last break. I know we don't have a whole long way to go, but things can take time, so I'm going to recess for 10 minutes, and we'll resume at 6:30. 10-minute recess till 6:30.
Big Chief Tavern at King and Bathurst.
Oh, yeah.
Shopsy's Wieners, all day Thursday, 2 for 25 cents.
It's the oldest bar in the city. Yeah.
It's down the street, I walk by it every day. I don't think I've ever been in there.
I think my friend, she used to work at Fort York doing the reenactments.
Yeah.
And I think they were for the soldiers at Fort York at the time.
They what?
I think they built the bar as a tavern for the soldiers at Fort York. And the staff still go there to this day. Yeah. But this is a bit dumped down now. That's not there anymore.
This building?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, this building is here.
It's still there. It's a Thai restaurant, I think. Yeah.
Well, it's also a psychic.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the Thai restaurant may be in the building that replaced this one. Yeah, this is obviously a factory, or was it?
I wonder what this is. Because that looks good as well. Newspaper box.
Yeah. Also maybe a Bible box or something. They don't have, now they've got a patio.
Yep.
Well, what's this blue box?
Those might very well be Yim's sketches.
No, she wasn't around then. See this building? We have this roof on a slant.
It's amazing.
There's a couple of buildings like that on Queen Street, but they're fixing one up.
The
It's been
sad part
empty
about
for years. Pardon?
the sad part is when there's no sense of preserving history, historical structures. So, one of the places that is really horrendous in that sense is, I haven't been there, but I know people gone. And when you look at the maps now and the visuals that you can see, is the city of Mecca. The city of Mecca is, the central point is that the structure that Abraham originally started off with, millions of Muslims. It's on the Kaaba. Just behind it is a gigantic monumental hotel with a clock.
Because people have to stay somewhere.
So.
Yeah, all the pilgrims have to stay somewhere.
But they can't afford it. This one is,
Oh.
from my understanding, it's so expensive, and you've got a giant clock that must be about 4 times the size of Big Ben. So, you think to yourself, what is it with people not preserving a sense of, because if you don't know your past, you've got to know your past and understand it in order to know where you're going.
But people are more interested in making money.
Yes, it's all about money. So,
Yeah, but then the most, like you said, almost a joke and humiliating thing for all buildings is that in Toronto, there are more condos preserving a little entrance, and then you have all these things crowding this further, and then try to look like it's a cut up.
One of the nicest things where they did preserve is a waterway.
All right.
Oh, yes, that's, yeah.
Because they had a big enough building
Yeah.
that they could add something.
Instead, just the facade, right?
Okay.
The little piece of facade.
Yeah.
It looked like they were very sad, that's all. Sad.
2033 now. Okay.
See to students as well.
It's not preserving just the past to me because I'm not preserving it. It's also the past eras, the quality of life too. I mean, the quality of material of building,
Okay.
the concept of building.
When you think about somebody living on anything beyond 10 stories,
Okay.
are they going to come down to the street, engage in the
No,
street life?
yeah, exactly.
And where is scale. There is a sense of human scale. A 40-story, 50-story building is no scale that relates to human being.
Okay.
Very isolated.
I did, yeah.
We resume.
Sorry, you might use the last. Thank you.
And we resume with number 39 on our agenda, 515 Pape Avenue. On this application, panel has before it copy of the minutes of the 26 April public hearing. There is a revised site plan, floor plans and elevations. There's a planning rationale and shadow study received 26 July. There's a staff report from City Planning. And we have 2 letters in support, form letters from 33 Dingwall and 513 Pape, which would be next door. So. Let us have the agent join us, please.
Hello, my
Hello.
name is Eric Van Ziffel.
Good day, good evening to you.
How are
Okay.
you?
Doing pretty well, thank you. Okay, panel members, we have the agent with us. Anyone like a presentation?
I have some questions.
I know there's going to be questions. So
Perhaps we could have a presentation.
I think
Cut down on some of our
a
questions.
presentation might help us. So go ahead. We'd like to have you present your application to us, please. And
Okay, so this project, it's been a long process where the client approached me looking to basically save an old brick. It's been used it's had many different uses over its lifetime. It's over 100 years old, a big brick kind of industrial type building. I think it was a car garage at some point. He was using it as a workspace. It was in really rough shape, and he wanted to restore it. And he was hoping to turn it into like a live-work unit. So we approached this project first in sort of a 2-part thing where we renovated the like the existing building. It's 1 story. That work was completed, and then we submitted a zoning. We submitted the zoning to have a 2nd level added to this project, and basically at the time, like when we initiated this project, the city was just completing their bylaws for a garden suite. And our conversations with city staff suggested that we should, submit this as a garden suite to try to get the secondary unit approved in that way. And so that's what we did basically. The zoning review was done as if this was a garden suite, and of course it's not a garden suite. It triggered a number of variances, which we've been kind of wrestling with over the last several months. We did defer our original hearing date, so that we could, further refine this proposal with city planning input, and address a number of concerns they had with the original proposal. We were happy to do this, and I feel like it's really improved the project and sort of refined the massing of the proposal quite a bit. And so here we are today at our sort of 2nd hearing to try to get these variances approved, most of which are a direct result of this sort of this how this falls in a kind of a weird category where it has similarities to a garden suite, similarities to a laneway suite, but it's actually an existing building that we're doing a renovation to.
Thank you. Panel members, questions? Mr. Byatt, go ahead. Then Mr. Granitstein.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. When I go onto Google Map, Google View, looking at the rear structure, this, now I'm not sure how old this particular image is, but there's what looks like 3 garages, or yeah, the 3 garages. Is that the structure that will have the garden suite on top of?
It might be an old image.
Yeah.
It's been renovated and is currently being used as a studio space, a workspace. It's tenanted with a media arts company, and they use that as their workspace.
But that's the area where the garden suite is supposed to be built on top of?
Yeah, so we're just adding a second level to that structure, and it will function as a single unit. So we're just adding a second level to that existing workspace.
And I suppose you're right. This image is from October 2020. So
right. So the work was completed, I think, in 2022, to kind of repair. Like it's the building was in quite rough shape. The brick was deteriorating. So we repaired it and turned it into a usable space.
And I imagine the variance number 1 is existing condition.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Granitstein, sorry.
Yeah. So I remember this application. It's a building very close to the main building, which is why you probably only have 3% landscaping, and you don't have you can't comply at all with the garden suite requirements. You don't have the distance between the buildings, you don't have the side yards, etc. Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah, that's right. And I mean, given it's a corner lot, and you can see that, like, currently it has basically 0 setback to the lot lines, the main house included, right? So it's a very narrow lot in quite a constrained context. But there's a lot of space around it, which happens to be the city-owned boulevard.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is landscaped.
Yeah. Okay. So what kind of suite are you building? Are you going to maintain is the main floor going to be part of the garden suite and you rent to one tenant, or are you going to have 2 tenants?
No, it's a single tenant, and it's actually the current tenant is going to continue occupying the building. Basically, we're adding a second level with a second bathroom, which would be used as like sleeping quarters, right? So it would be a live-work space.
So how many square feet are you adding on the top floor?
It's about 560.
Yeah.
51.8 square meters. And we're conscious of the adjacency to the main building, so we intentionally set that second floor wall back to 7.5 meters just to kind of give it a bit of breathing room. And then, given that there's landscaping is kind of it's very tight as well, we've added a green roof, and the owner it was really cooperative with that and happy to plant it out. Like, it'll be an intensive green roof rather than, so it should add to the landscaping.
Okay, so you work with the city planning, and they haven't weighed in, they haven't given us a report or anything, so
I'm not sure what they officially gave you, but But my conversation with them said that they were willing to support the project, given the changes that we've made.
It's in
There
the
is a
supplementary
supplemental,
package.
yeah, there's a report in the supplemental material.
Oh, okay.
But they do not object, but they just tie to the revised plan, like their drawings.
Yeah, well, I think it's, you're salvaging a building that was of almost no use and putting something good in there. You're not complying with the garden suite bylaws at all, because you can't. But I will support this project because I think it's a good use.
Would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I make a motion that this application be approved, subject to the conditions set out in the staff report or planning report.
Seconded by Mr. Byatt. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve, subject to planning. All in favor, please. Vote is unanimous to carry the motion. The application is so approved. Number 40 is 2161 Yonge Street. Here we have the minutes, copy of the minutes from the May 17, 2023 public hearing. There are copy of the draft R plan, site plans, floor plans, cover letter from the agent, June, affidavit from the agent, June, comment reports from TDC, and we have comment from city planning. There is opposition from David and Jeff Latto, Quantum Owners Residents Association, South Eglinton Davisville Residents Association, and Federation of North Toronto Residents, received June 16. So let's have the agent join us, please.
Hello, hello, Chair and members of the committee. This is Lewis Tinker from Bousfields, 3 Church Street, Suite 200.
Good afternoon. Good evening. Okay.
Good evening.
And moderator, I'm showing no one registered to speak in opposition? Yeah, okay. Okay then, panel members, questions here for the agent?
Okay.
Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yeah, just a very quick one. You just have a recent review, right, or the site-specific. Why is this, what is the reason to come back so quickly? Just to, is it a business plan?
Well, just to say that it's been more than 2 years since the original site-specific approval, the site-specific bylaw was approved, and as a result of the applicant coming to me and saying, is there a way to add additional density to the site without having impacts on the surrounding area and adjacent properties? And through a collaborative process of looking at that and working with city planning staff, we did find that there was an ability to add an additional 3 stories to the site without having any impact on adjacent properties and within keeping the the project within the context of the 4 tests of a minor variance.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, panel? Not hearing any. In that case, I think we can take the application into committee for a motion. Is anyone ready with one? Go ahead, Mr. Byatt.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I don't think this is an application that is too onerous. I don't think any of the requests beyond approving, so I don't think there are any conditions attached. Oh, there is a planning condition attached.
And TTC
And TTC
condition.
condition. That's about it. So I'd like to move approval with those two conditions in mind.
Very good. That is seconded by Mr. Granitstein. Moved therefore and seconded to approve. All in favor, please show of hands. Vote is unanimous, motion carries. And the application is approved. Number 41 is 196. Borden Street. And we shall have the architect join us, please, or agent.
Joseph
Yes, thank you. My name is Joseph Mazzatelli.
Good afternoon, good evening, sorry. Good evening. Mr. Mazzatelli, you have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead.
Thank you. As you recall, this is our deferred date. The last time we appeared, there were changes which were asked for us to do by the city planner. So in our case, the city planner had asked us to fill in the ground floor, which we had left open as parking. So that allowed the building to become larger and have a larger coverage, and a new variant of not having 2 parking spaces required. But once again, we did all that to keep the recommendation of the city planner. So our proposal is for an addition to an existing building at the rear. This infill will occupy the gap between the existing buildings and so be an improvement to the streetscape. This continuation of Victorian-style facade will complement and enhance the street. So if you look at my drawing A8, which is the front elevation, it shows the existing building, which is partly 2-story and 3-story, and the other adjacent property. And so the new proposal is between them, where there was literally a gap in the street facade. So it's our opinion that this helps the streetscape, helps the life on the street, and the mercantile situation of the street. And the other thing we did, we tried to lower the ceiling heights. We're actually only about 0.6 meters taller than the adjacent property. So technically the top floor is a large dormer with a slope roof sloping beyond, in keeping with the Victorian idea. Our variances are minor in nature and so are consistent with a previous similar approved C of A decision at 165 Brunswick Avenue. And you'll find that in the linked file. So that proposal, which is about a block away, it was approved with a 2.81 times coverage and other similar variances to ours. It's my opinion that this addition meets the 4 tests. It is minor, desirable to the streetscape, and within the zoning and official plan. Also, it is encouraged by the city for residential infill, and it is supported by the city planner. The city planner does not object to this proposal, and there is no height variance. In the file, you'll also see another example of a property that's recently built building, which is 4 stories. And that's a couple blocks away at 65 Harvard. We ask that you approve this application as it is a reasonable and appropriate improvement to the neighborhood and to the streetscape. Once again, the most important thing to realize is that we're trying to follow the city planner's recommendation and filling in the ground floor. And his opinion would be also that that helps with the character of the streetscape. And once again, we also agreed to remove the originally proposed basement steps at the east end of the property. And so just to finish, I just want to note that the height, we don't have a problem with the height, and the variances have been approved similarly before, and we ask that you support this.
Thank you very much. Panel members. Just let me check, panel, moderator, do we have 2 persons standing by? Okay, we have two registered speakers. So let's hear from them, shall we? Moderator, first speaker.
Robert Stambula, you have been unmuted.
Hello, panel. Can you hear me?
We do hear you. State your name, please.
Thank you. My name is Robert Stambula. I'm here for the Harvard Village Residents Association. My address is 125 Lippincott Street.
Good evening to you. You have 5 minutes to address your concerns to the panel.
I have lots to say. Part of it is the result of city work, which I hope I'll have a little more time for, because your public notice is wrong. It's the old notice. This is for a 4-story building. The notice says a 3-story building. This says with parking. This is without parking. This says notice says with a basement walkout. This has no basement walkout. So there's some faults with that. I want to point out that the planning report, I talked to the planner who submitted this and asked him about the condition he added, which was that the basement walkout be removed, and we agreed with that, and the applicant had made that change, which we support. But it says to be replaced with landscaping, and there exists now there a cafe patio, which the community is content with. I said to the planner, that's the case, that it's actually on a concrete floor in that city right-of-way, and he said, oh, that's fine, that complies with soft landscaping. I'll revise my letter. I haven't seen that revision. I just would not want to lose that community resource, that patio there. So I alert you to that. We're not here just opposing all the time. 6 years ago with this applicant and the same neighbors, I helped them to come together to find agreement on the adjoining property at 171 Harbor. The applicant owns that property as well. But today I'm here advocating for you, and I appreciate your service, the community, and to understand what's going on here. You are left with dealing whether this proposal is appropriate use of land and building. You know that the general intent and purpose of zoning is maintained, and the general intent and purpose of the official plan is maintained. But I'm not sure that there is enough meat for you to understand what this proposal is. It is ill-designed. It is an existing almost 2,000 square foot apartment. This brings it to a 3,400 square foot apartment by adding, by the addition, because this is a residential addition. This is not an added unit of housing. The application to you says it's an addition to the existing building. It doesn't work. If you're in I also want to point out that the applicant, architect, said the 3rd floor is a dormer. It's not a dormer. It's listed on the plans at A6 as a bedroom. So that's further confusing. I want to also point out that the architect referenced 165 Brunswick as a comparator, and that it was approved for similar variances. If you look at my Appendix 1, it shows you the zoning map, and the 165 Brunswick is in the commercial mixed-use zone. You can see where the subject property is. That is in a residential mixed. And as I point out in my Appendix 2, it lists what's eligible to be used in that zone. It allows 1 retail space. It already has a retail space. So the actual use of this building is important. That it can't be further commercial use, and we would support a variety of uses. It's just we don't know what it is. I don't know if you can know what it is. If you're in a 4th floor bedroom, you have to cross the roof, go into the den on the main property, through the den, through another bedroom to get into an ensuite bath to get a shower. If you're in the 3rd floor bedroom, you can go down and through a kitchen. It just, the connectivity doesn't work. It says it's a confusion, and perhaps this is just general labeling that allows a maximum flexibility for the applicant to build whatever he wants. But I can't see how these drawings support what he's applying for. They're a massive confusion. In fact, even the drawings, the architect is noting on most of the pages of the submission that the measures are from his client, not that he's measured anything.
I'll ask you to make your final comment now, please.
My final comment is, panel, there's not enough meat on this proposal. You should deny it and ask for more, because you know not what this is. I don't know that you can. And that it is not a comparator to the application, the architect site. And there is not enough time. I would love to answer questions if there are some. And thank you for your time.
Well, thank you. Let's see, panel members, are there any questions for the speaker?
I'm sorry, maybe I can, I got really confused, actually. I don't know, are we talking about the same building? Because I can't find what you say that they're 4-story, I can't find any of those things that you stated.
Well, the plans show that there are 4 stories to this building. So that it's confusing because the public notice says there are 3 stories to this
But
building.
it's 3-story above the ground floor, so it's 4-story anyway.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, maybe, I thought that you maybe, I get more confused.
I can understand. I understand the confusion.
Okay. Moderator, next speaker, please.
Joshua Nelman, you have been unmuted.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me?
We hear you well. You're with the panel. State your name, please.
Joshua Nelman, owner 192 Borden Street, and I'm representing 192 and my neighbors to the north at 194 Borden Street. Thank you so much, panel, for taking the time. It's clearly been a long day, and we all appreciate that everyone is here and paying attention to the details. And I want to thank Robert Stambula for his comments earlier. Essentially, I think that I just want to use my time to talk about the setback variation to the south with a 4-story wall that will be facing and quite prominent over the properties at 194, 192 Borden, which are essentially our gardens and our backyards, which we enjoy and have enjoyed for years. We just don't have information here about what that wall will look like. There's been a lot of detail provided about what the front of the house will look like, but zero detail about what the back of the house will look like. So I think that we'd like some assurances on what the back wall, this 4-story wall, will actually look like. And the reason that 194 and 192 are opposed at the moment is that we have a history with this developer and with the mediation that took place with this panel a number of years ago, about 5 years ago, where we did come to an agreement in good faith at a proposed variances at 171 Harvard. And after we came to that agreement, unfortunately, the developer decided to install 2 illegal windows right on the property line that faced our yards. And they were brazen incursions. They were not covered in the committee meeting because they weren't on the plans. They were on no plans that were submitted ever. They're completely illegal. And unfortunately, they have caused privacy and overlook issues to our yards to this day. I really can't overemphasize how brazen just installing a very large window facing right onto my neighbor's yard is. It was shocking. And so we come to this proposal, and I think you can understand that if the same developer is proposing to build a 4-story wall that faces our yards, our main concern would be, can we have assurances that there will be no illegal windows installed, no illegal balconies, nothing illegal, nothing that is outside of what is heard at this panel today. Those are our main issues, and we really respect the time that the panel is taking to hear us out. Thank you.
Thank you. The wall that you're referring to, is that the rear wall or one of the side walls?
It's the rear wall of of the proposed addition.
Could
So
we
in
put-
other
could
words,
we put up the elevation, that rear elevation, please, staff?
there's no setback on the wall if the variance is granted. So of course, one of the questions we have to ask is, what will the wall be made of? And will they even be able to service the wall without infringing on my neighbor at 194's property? And if they can't service it, then how do they plan to care for the wall, construct the wall, etc.?
Okay. Pardon me. Panel members, any questions for the speaker? Okay. Hearing none, let's then invite the architect to return and to address the concerns raised by the two speakers.
Yes, thank you. Well, briefly, in terms of the windows that the neighbor is objecting to, I don't know of any problem there. Obviously, they were only built with a building permit, and they can only be kept and maintained if there was such a building permit. And so if that's not the case, there's other ways of having that corrected. My client tells me that everything he did was legal. As far as our new building proposed, it will be built somehow with masonry, brick veneer, or block veneer so that it's a permanent wall. And obviously, we're not allowed any windows on it. We're not showing any windows on it. And if the committee wishes, you can make that a condition that there would never be any windows on it. Overall, this proposal is not confusing. It's quite straightforward. We have a rear yard that somewhat land that the owner wishes to develop and make it more usable and fill in the city as the city encourages. And that's what we're proposing to do. The top floor has a dormer, but of course it is also a bedroom. What I tried to explain is that the dormer and the slope minimizes it as a large volume. We wanted to keep that volume lower and similar to other Victorian houses. In terms of whether the city planner wishes to have landscaping at the front or no landscaping up front, we will concur with that. Either way is quite acceptable, and we will do whatever the planner wishes. So once again, it's my opinion that everything we've done, the design is to try and improve the city streetscape, to have a Victorian continuation of a facade, and we hope that you support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Granitstein, questions?
Yes, sir. Mr. Stambouli said that the purpose of the application as stated on this public notice is incorrect. Do you agree with that? And if so, what should the purpose be?
Well, I'm not sure if it's incorrect. I suppose from the last recommendation of the planner, it does describe that there is a 3-story building proposed on top of the parking. And so the city planner proposed that we fill in the parking. So in that sense, it's correct. And the use of the overall building is residential. We have a stair from the 4th floor down to the other floor, so that's not a problem. The owner is hoping that maybe in a few years' time he could make this use for himself. But currently, it's a simple use would be residential to add to the existing residential that's already there above the ground floor restaurant.
Is there a basement walkout fronting Borden Street?
No, there is not. We had approvals for that, which took us several years, but because the planner and the residents group objected, we removed it. There was quite an expense there of just getting the paperwork and the permits, which were already in place. So we're willing to agree to that, and that committee can make that a condition as well.
Make what a condition?
If you want to have the basement walkout, which is no longer on the drawings, be in writing.
I don't want the basement walkout. I'm just asking you if the purpose of the application as stated in the public notice is correct. You tell us there's no basement walkout, so I would suggest that we strike that part out.
Yes, I believe it to be correct. There's no basement walkout on the drawings.
Okay, so we could strike that out.
Okay, then applicant, we're going to change the purpose, amend the application by striking that.
Are all the variances listed, things that you need, are they correct?
Yes?
Okay?
Through you, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
then, the purpose of application, the first sentence of the purpose will remain to alter the existing mixed-use building by constructing a 3-story addition above the parking area fronting Harbor Street. And then we will remove also to construct a basement walkout fronting Borden Street.
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
Yes.
Any further questions, panel members, for the,
It seems that's still missing, it seems that he said he is asked to fill in the parking area, parking space, as also like a habitable space. So it's actually, yeah, it's not above there's no parking space now, right?
I'm sorry, does that need to be in the purpose?
During his presentation, he said that city staff advised him to fill in the parking space. So it is just a standard 4-story building.
Yeah, and
But-
also variance number 5 is 0 parking spaces will be provided on site. So I don't know whether that means that there's actually parking or.
There's no
What-
longer parking space because it's filled in, he said.
But when the application was made, there was a parking area. It's now, so they're constructing a 3-story addition above the parking area. Maybe we say the former parking area.
Yes. That would, yeah.
I
Okay.
think it's just
Well,
very poorly worded.
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps we can go back to the applicant and find out for sure if a zoning review was done based on that parking area being filled in for habitable space.
Applicant, that question is for you.
Yes, it was. I spoke to James Droper myself, and he was aware of that, and that is why we have the variance for 2 parking spaces.
So there's no longer a parking area, and we could say on the purpose, the former parking area?
Yes, that sounds better.
Okay.
Okay. So we're going to add the word former there immediately before parking area. Good point. Okay. Any further questions, panel? Further comments? Let's take it into committee now. Are there any comments anyone wants to make? Anyone ready with a motion?
I think that is still not, yeah, you can say that former parking space, but I think it needs to specify that which is converted to habitable space.
Okay, the former parking area now converted to habitable space?
Yeah, because it's filled in, I'm not, it's actually, it's not a parking space even though it's former, but
Right. I see your point, yeah.
What do you think?
Three-story habitable addition.
It's
above
actually
the
4-story.
former, it's just very, very poorly written, I think. It almost needs a rewrite. I think we should give it to the Secretary Treasurer to rewrite it.
To rewrite, yeah. because it's actually very clear, it's a 4-story addition behind the building. Rear yard.
Constructing 3-story.
It's a 4-story addition in the rear yard, that's it.
Should be 4-story too.
Well, actually, I think your wording was pretty good.
Yeah.
How about that wording, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer? The former parking space now converted to habitable. It's pretty simple, but it tells the story.
I mean, through you, Mr. Chair, we have to, caution on the side that what notice actually went out for people to read.
Right? Okay.
And when we make revisions, it has to be minor. So eliminating the basement walkout, that seems logical. I mean, the notice went out, it's up to the applicant to read through the notice and contact staff if there are errors or if it needs a rewrite for a revised notice. So, I mean, I think just for the purpose to read to alter the existing mixed-use building by constructing a 3-story addition above the former parking area.
Okay.
Fronting Harbor Street is suffice, right? It is a 3-story addition above an area. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. I get it now. Okay. You okay with that? Yeah. We have to think about what was circulated to the public and,
We understand, but then it's actually you go around the fact that it's actually making it more honest because it's actually more spaces being added than it went out. And I'm not too sure that it's fair because if you're adding more space, it's actually adding more space.
Yes, and that's why I had questioned about whether or not this was properly reviewed
think
by
maybe
the
we should
zoning
defer,
examiner
yeah.
to catch all the variances. So if it means another deferral, that's something the committee can consider.
any thoughts on that panel? Hate to send a deferral.
This will be deferring again.
I would not like to, but then I prefer, yeah, but on the other hand, if we stick to a principle, you're making things bigger. You cannot just assume that it's the same application. You cannot do that if we are fair to the process.
If we were to defer, we'd be deferring it specifically to,
Have more accurate description and also the GFA will be increased.
yes, that's what we should do.
Request clarity of purpose.
We're pretty confused about it, so it's, it starts to sound like a deferral because we don't have clarity on what we're voting on.
Yeah, and we want to be sure the variances are correct. We used to get a lot of gross floor area applications. Variance number 1 is permitted gross floor area, but now we have floor space index. So I know there's a difference, I'm not quite sure what the difference is, but why don't we have floor space index here? Oh, here it says floor space index.
Yeah, floor space index. Yeah.
So it's not correct, because it says gross floor area, then it says floor space index. Yeah, I think we should defer, I agree, we should defer it and have it go back and get it, make sure it's right.
Yes, I think we all are heading that way now. We just need to, we'd like to cite a specific reason so that, specifically we're deferring it so that.
We can be sure what we're doing.
To remove all the ambiguities, for increased clarity. To increase the clarity of ambiguous phrases or something. For increased clarity, why don't we say that? Just increased clarity. Anyone ready with the motion? Mr. Mike, go ahead.
So, thank you, Chair. So I'd like to move for deferral of this particular application in order that brings forth clarity.
Very good, okay. Is there a second to that? It is seconded, Ms. Chang. Those in favor, please, show of hands. That vote is unanimous. Carries the motion. The application is deferred. And that takes us to, well, we can do 42, then go back to 33.
Yes, please.
That's the plan. Okay, so we'll do 42 now. Number 42 is 2343 Queen Street East. And on this application, hi there.
Thank you for letting me speak.
My pleasure. Just let me,
Okay.
I'm just going to read into the record the materials we're dealing with, and then we'll be right to you. On this application panel has before it minutes from 31 May, copy of plan of survey, revised site plan, floor plans, elevations, revised site plan 19 July, 3 photographs, cover letter from the agent June 26, correspondence from the architect July 19. There is comment from Transportation Services, Community Planning, Urban Forestry once again. There is opposition from 55 Balsam, 2345 Queen East, and 2345 Queen East, same writer, again, about a week later. Okay, in July. Okay then, let's have the applicant join us, please, by stating your name.
Can you hear me?
Ferdinand,
We do hear
you.
you.
You can
Okay.
unmute yourself.
I'm Ferdinand Wagner. I'm the applicant and agent for the application. Do you want me to discuss or explain the project in general?
Well, just 1 second, and I'll be able to let you know. Probably a good idea. Agent, we do have someone standing by, do we not, in opposition? Oh, that's this gentleman here. Okay then. Yes, we do. We'd like you,
Okay.
you have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead.
Okay. The proposal is for a 5-story building at 2343 Queen Street East. It has a frontage of 8 meters and a depth of 42 meters. The building has 10 apartment units, 8 of which are 1 bedroom and 2 are 2 bedroom. The building height is 14.6 meters and the floor space index is 2.91, which basically, I heard the previous application. Floor space index is determined by the lot area, or the building area divided by the lot area. So this means the building is 2.91 times the area of the lot. We have 2 parking spaces at the rear, and most importantly, we've been working on this project for a very, very long time with the planners. And in the last few months, there was an error made on the application in terms of notice, which has been rectified. So the application you have before you now is totally correct. The planners we worked with very closely, and they have written a report which recommends the approval of the application. The other issues I guess you will ask me about. The other thing is the neighbor next door, we have actually worked with him also, but he is still not supporting the application, and I can address that after he speaks, okay? I guess basically, furthermore, I think that's basic. Oh, the most important thing is we're in compliance with the official plan for the strip. So basically, the variances result from the zoning bylaw there being not in total sync with the official plan. So there are minor changes for that.
Okay. We do have a speaker here in person, and I'll ask you to state your name, please.
I'm Walter Serena. I own the house next to it, to the east.
You have 5 minutes to present your concerns. Please
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
I am shocked that this proposal came up so quickly. I was never consulted. And it doesn't show a stairwell that goes up to my apartment on the second floor. And because they put their building right on the property line, it stops my tenant from going into the back or coming from the back to the stairwell on the side. So they can't get to the apartment or bring a bicycle forward or so. They do park in the back. The other thing is, my concern is, there is no consideration at all for me at all. They put in 5 feet from me, a 5-story building with absolutely just a wall on the property line. It puts all my windows there in darkness. I have no more sunshine because the building is the proposed building is on the west side, and on the east side, of course, I have a neighbor. We're semi-detached, the same as the building that they're tearing down. So that makes it too difficult. Think about it in the winter time. The snow will hit that wall and come down onto my walkway, and there is nothing, I can get rid of that snow. I have stairs that go up to the upstairs. It just doesn't make any sense. That's why we questioned Ferdinand Wagner, because who would design something like this without any consideration of the neighborhood? There's no parking for any of the apartments. There is no street parking for these people at night to find any parking. It's not going to be there. And it completely puts me in the dark. There's no more joy for me to own that house. It has taken all my joy away from owning this house.
Doesn't live there.
I don't know what they're saying. Going onto my property line squeezes me to 1 foot to go into the backyard, to the parking lot. And the tenants upstairs, the family, they need that walkway in order to go up the stairs, because down below is a store and they can't go to the store to their apartment. So it is just unbelievable. The other thing is, how are they going to fence this? They can't put the fence that seriously on, if they build right on the property line, where is the fence going to be? They have to fence this properly so that my tenants are not in danger of falling down a hole. They dig 20 feet down or even more. There's no green space. There's no soft floor anywhere. It's all cemented. It's just incomprehensible as an architect. Now, when we check, Ferdinand Wagner is an architect consultant, but he's not actually the architect that signed off on this project. I don't know who it is because he never said anything. According to the Ontario Association of Architects, Ferdinand Wagner has not been a member since 2013, and he cannot build or apply for a building higher than 3-story or 600 square meter. So it is absolutely inconceivable to me that they would put such a burden on me and the neighborhood. You cannot have 10 apartments and tell your tenants you can't own a car or you can't own a motorbike. Check how many people can even get a bicycle there. You know, never mind we live in the beaches where people go down the road kayaking and so forth. There's nothing for these people there. If a family moves in, I don't care if it's small apartment or you can say it will be just for single people, you cannot say that to people. We all have a right in the apartment to live and enjoy your apartment. If you want to own a car, we can buy a car. They cannot come and say you can't have children. If a person is in there and she has a child, and she needs, for that child, she needs space or something, you cannot tell that person you can't have a child. You have to move. The tenants have tenants' rights, and they're very ingrained, and believe me, I have several properties over my past few years, and I always make sure that my tenants are parking. I have 3 parking spots for my tenant in there, for the people that own.
I'll ask you to make your final comments now, please.
Okay, great. I'm just shocked. I hope they protect the tree out front because it's a beautiful big tree. I don't know for sure if that's going to be taken in consideration. But thank you for listening to me. This has really basically ruined my life and my enjoyment of the property. It is just shocking.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Panel members, questions, anyone for this speaker? Mr. Grenstein, go ahead.
Yes, you said that they're gonna be building on the property line beside your property, is that correct?
I'm sorry, say that again.
You said that this building is gonna be built on the property line between
Yes.
your property.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
Right
but
now,
where do you get, there's no variance here with respect to side lot lines.
I know that's what I was told, but this is, I don't know, I just feel I have to say it just,
No, but we have to deal with the facts. They're not
Okay.
asking for a shortened side lot line or space for the setback. And so if they're asking for front yard setback variance, but not for side yards. And and if they're not asking for it, then it's not there, they can't get it. They've got to comply with the bylaw. It appears with respect to side lot lines, they're complying.
Okay, any other questions, panel?
Just a quick one. I didn't quite get your address. I wasn't sure when you said, you know, your house is next door. Are you on
No.
Balsam?
no, I'm renting it.
Oh, I see. So this is
Yes, it's at the family
a
upstairs,
rental
and
property.
it's a main floor, it's a
And does
basement.
it face, the rental property faces Queen Street?
Queen Street, yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay. Well, the applicant's going to have an opportunity now to speak in rebuttal. So we'll see what the applicant has to say with respect to the issues and the concerns you've raised. So applicant,
Okay.
your time
Thank
now
you.
to rebut.
Thank you for the opportunity to rebut. First of all, let's deal with the stairwell he mentioned going to the second floor. On our survey, which he has had a copy of, it shows a stairwell going to a second floor. That is on his property. What he's talking about is he has, over the years, walked illegally on part of our property to get to the back, okay? So that is not our issue. However, the owner met with Walter yesterday and offered to help him out with the situation and said he would be glad to build another stairwell at the back, even though we don't really have to do that, but just to be accommodating. Now, as for input, we had a meeting in which we voluntarily sent notices out to the neighborhood on May 10, which Walter attended. So when he says he doesn't know what's going on, that is totally inaccurate, okay? Now, in addition, at that meeting at May 10, Walter wanted us to provide more sight line from his northwest corner to Queen Street. So as a result, at great expense and time, we actually redesigned that northeast corner to accommodate him. Now, on the snow thing, I mean, that is a problem, which is just a problem. It's not our problem if there's snowfall and falls on his property, okay? Oh, and the fence, yeah, you mentioned the fence at the back. The fence we have at the back is actually on our property. If you looked at the plan carefully, you would realize that the fence is on our property, okay? As for bike spaces, we have provided for bicycle parking inside the building and also space for parking at the front. In addition, the landscaping, we have some landscaping at the back, and we're also doing a green roof, which deals with the whole issue of water being an issue in Toronto, that stormwater gets underground, okay? Now, as for the retired architect thing, I retired in 2013. I am working with another architect who's a friend of mine, but I don't have to be registered as an architect to do this. However, when we get to the building permit stage, we will then do it that way, okay? I've been doing this for a long time in my life, and I've dealt with the committee many, many times, and this is what I'm permitted to do, actually. I think that's all the points. I can't think of any other points. Did I miss any other points that he brought up? I think that could be it. Well, there's no tenant upstairs, by the way. You mentioned a tenant upstairs. There is no tenant upstairs in this building.
Vacant property.
Yeah, it's vacant. And also, the building is for sale, his building. So I guess that's all I want to say, unless you have obviously must have questions for me, right?
The panel may have questions for you. Okay.
Sure, thank you.
So at this time, thank you very much. I'll ask you to take your chair back in the audience. And we're now going to take the application, what we call, into committee. So the panel's going to deal with it now. So I'll ask you please to have a seat back in the audience. And panel, your opportunity now to address questions to the agent, if you have any. Mr. Granstein, please.
Yeah, so Mr. Ragnar, I have a note here about extensive alterations to protect trees. There's apparently a red oak there that might be injured. Is there some way that could be saved?
Are you speaking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, we're addressing questions to you now, yes.
Yeah, we had a very detailed arborist report. And there's one small tree at the front, and there's
about the red oak in the back.
And the red oak in the back is not on our property, it's next door, and we're preserving that. We have gone to great lengths to work with the arborist and forestry, in which the roots of that tree actually go underground, and we've reduced the basement so that it accommodates the 8-meter setback for the roots. So that tree is going to be saved.
Okay, good.
Are there any further questions? In that case, we can take the application then into committee. Moving toward a motion. Anyone wants to make a motion or to comment on the application first? Whatever. Mr. Byack, go ahead.
Sure, thank you, Chair. I'll give this a shot. A number of concerns I had, I think, are covered by planning conditions, quite extensive, which I'm going to assume the applicant is aware of. I think overall it's a very good project for the beaches area. 4 stories is quite common in that strip, not unusual, and the rear of the building, I think it's a third and fourth floors are set back at the rear, so that I think is a positive piece as well. Overall, I think it's a good proposal for the area, and it will provide much needed residences, and parking should not be an issue. Put a TTC right outside the door, so I think that's quite fabulous. I'd like to move approval of this application with forestry 4 and 5 and planning conditions applicable.
I think transportation.
And hold on, through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Conditions 4 and 5 from urban forestry is requesting deferral and refusal.
Oh, sorry, I didn't
right?
notice that
So,
one. Ooh.
Don't they have?
But
Back to the drawing board.
But it seems that when they do that, if they issue advisory.
yeah, so that's the
comments,
third report.
Yeah, that they seem that if they willing to work with them, they seem
Yes.
to be okay.
Yeah,
it's
so
always-
then you're at variances 2 and 3, right?
Yes, yeah.
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 And that's forestry staff report number 3, and it says, if adjustment approves, then it would be a submission of a complete application for a permit to injure or remove a privately owned tree, so that's condition number 2, and then provide payment in lieu of planting of 1 street tree, so that would be condition number 3.
Yes,
Okay.
Good.
instead of 4 and 5.
I'm glad you've got it all.
Yeah.
There we go. So it's forestry report number 3 that we're
No,
including.
what it is sometimes they issue the 4 and 5 first, but after they work together, they sort of give them a way to proceed. To, yeah, yeah.
And then there are 5 planning conditions,
That's right.
Yes.
And transportation.
and then transportation conditions.
Okay. Is there a second to Mr. Byatt's motion? There is. It is Mr. Granitstein. And it is therefore moved and seconded to approve, subject to those conditions. All in favor, please, show of hands. And that is a unanimous vote. The motion carries and the application is so approved. With that, panel circles back
Oh, yes.
to number 33. And we'll ask the,
Hi. Thank you so much for the time.
okay, so we have, because you're with us again, okay? Just for the record, please state your name once again, because we've talked to many people since.
Baran.
Very good. Okay, we're back to you, and
Thank you.
we had left you something like an hour ago, maybe
Yeah.
more, and was to give you an opportunity to look at your plan in view of the panel's
Thank you so
concern.
much.
So, so really, we're coming back to you for your update, please.
Okay, so I emailed, I asked for the office's staff at home to prepare the new site plan, and I emailed the new site plan to Wilser. He has on his email right now in his mailbox, and it's 62.2%. We just kept one very narrow walkway from the public sidewalk to the porch. Rest of it, it's all soft landscaping.
Very
How
good.
many
So,
square meters?
could you convert that 62, the number was 62
Right.
point?
62.2%, which is right now, if you don't mind, I will give you guys the square of meter.
Just
a
take your
minute.
time. Just take your time and work out the calculation. Yeah.
Okay. It's all in there. I just need to pull it up.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I've put up the most recent plans that were received by me 10 minutes ago.
Okay.
It is 57.8 square of meter. And it's
57.8.
62.2%.
Very good. And we're just, okay, Wilser is putting up. Okay.
I
Panel
would
members,
read-
questions? Quick questions for the applicant.
Yep.
First of all, applicant, I'll say we appreciate your looking at this so carefully and the work you've done in the last hour or so. Any comments, panel, or questions for the applicant?
So is there some permeable paving that your client can install that would give us a little more comfort?
I just talked to my client because I tried to satisfy everybody as far as I saw the hardworking and the kindness of the committee members to give us this opportunity. Unfortunately, because of the design, they are not able to move. That's the reason that we minimize. They rather to minimize the hard landscaping than to go with the permeable because of the design. So exactly, I'm reading the response of the contractor, if you guys don't mind. But just a minute, I apologize for this. I have to switch from
Take your
here.
time, take your time.
Yeah, I'll try, but I know that you guys are very tired. You've been a very long meeting. So I try to minimize as possible. So the answer of yeah, because it will be concrete and flagstone. That's the reason they cannot change the design, which they already have the contract with the homeowner. So if we can go with 62.2%, I would really appreciate the decision of the committee members, because unless they have to go through so many paperwork and they have to convince the new design with the client.
Mr. Byatt, please go ahead.
Yeah, one of the first things that I flagged when I saw this application was your concrete driveway. Concrete driveways for residences currently, with any changes that we made, it's a thing of the past. We're looking at any way in which permeability is possible.
We do.
Concrete driveways, I'm sorry, I cannot support that at all. I'm glad you came up with the 62.2% soft landscaping, but concrete driveways, I'm sorry, it's not one I can support.
Yeah, I would imagine applicant, the owner or the contractor has not ordered those materials. They're not sitting there on the site ready to be installed. So we're early enough in the process that the material ordering could be altered. But maybe that's something panel we just have to make up our own mind on, whether we want to stipulate that that's.
But as far as I know, a permeable material, a concrete can be, there's permeable concrete used for a large parking lot, but it's like a whole system. It's not just the topping. It's a system that is, the top, it looks concrete, but it's a new type of concrete, but it's permeable. But,
Yes.
yeah. But we can specify permeable material. They can, yeah.
And still be concrete?
It can be
So
river or
Might be
concrete.
more
Look
expensive.
Maybe that's the way forward.
very expensive.
Oh,
We can change to permeable material.
Let's hear what the applicant thinks of that idea. Go ahead, applicant.
just right now, I sent it out because the contractor also watching the meeting, so I sent a text message. Of course, that if the appearance is like the one that they have, like the concrete, they will support it.
But it may be very expensive if it's a whole system.
So, if it is what it is, what they can do as far as the appearance is the same. So, I have to transfer this to them, that this was the only way.
Okay. I think we're at this advanced enough on this discussion that we can take it into committee for moving toward a motion. So let's take the application now into committee with that revised number on soft landscaping. Panel members, any thoughts about this one? Anyone ready with a motion?
So, okay, I can give it a try, but will you be supporting it if with the revised variance, and also the driveway will be of permeable material, and
The applicant is
and
acceptable.
also do we ask? Oh, yeah, that's true. Sorry. So we ask that revised plan, which will reflect the change, to be submitted to plan. No, we cannot do that. Okay.
I'll take my guidance on that from.
Through you, Mr.
Liz,
Chair,
Lisa.
no, I mean, whatever the condition is, it could be put in words. If there's something that you want to secure, because they're not showing it on a plan,
Okay.
you can do that.
Put it in words, that's enough, yeah.
Put in word, okay, so, a new site plan should be produced to reflect the change.
The change of the landscape area?
Yes, because it's increased, soft
Yeah, so
landscaping.
you don't necessarily have to do that, because the variance speaks to what they're proposing at the 62%,
Okay,
right?
if that's
Yeah,
enough, so,
yeah.
okay, yeah.
And you're imposing the condition of the permeable materials?
Material on the
Yeah,
new
so
driveway, yeah.
that would be suffice.
So we have an amended application here, of course, so that's what we're dealing with,
Say
okay.
approve the amended application and, permeable paving on the driveway.
Yes.
Okay, I second the motion.
It is moved and seconded to approve the amended application? All those in favor, please, show of hands. The vote is unanimous, and the application is so approved. And with that, the panel at 7:45 wraps up today's agenda. Thank you, panel members, for your focus and concentration. Thank you, staff, for your great preparation and execution of all the tasks today. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening.
And for the first time in a long time, we have to thank the panelists at home. For me, anyways, first time in a while.